Yeah, so good morning, fellow councillors, and welcome to this meeting of Flintshire County Council on Wednesday, the 2nd of July. As you can appreciate, we have quite a large agenda, so I'd encourage people to speak wisely because we may not have time to come back a second time. So item number 1 is apologies for absence.
So, Chair, I have apologies for Councillors Coppell, Andy Hughes and McEwen.
Councillor Bibby.
Chair, apologies for Councillor David Evans, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for Councillor Dale Sylvester, Councillor Marion Bateman and Councillor Ros Mansell, please.
Councillor Mike Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We now just have to leave the meeting at 2:30 to attend an appointment with the District Registrar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So item number 2 is public question time. And I think we do have a member of the public in attendance, and that's Mr. Philpott. I'd like to welcome Mr. Philpott to today's council meeting and invite him to come forward to put his question to Councillor Marad Eastwood, Cabinet Member for Education, Welsh Language, Culture and Leisure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may I thank on my own behalf and the Democratic Services Manager for the excellent guidance that he provided. My question is with reference to the proposal to reorganise Catholic education in Flintshire. The County Council has indicated that it responded to a request from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Wrexham. Under a Freedom of Information request, number F00023244, the County Council has responded, dated the 29th of May 2025, that there is no capital funding to be provided by the diocese for this project. Further, it was indicated that this capital commitment would be majority funded at an intervention rate of 85% by the Welsh Government Sustainable Communities for Learning programme. The remaining 15% would be funded by Flintshire County Council through prudential borrowing and land disposal receipts. End of quote. In order to fund the 15%, Flintshire County Council is requested to respond to the question: what specific land is to be disposed of, to whom the land belongs, the potential receipts of the land to be disposed of, whether Flintshire taxpayers will be ultimately responsible for the interest to be paid from the Flintshire County Council prudential borrowing, and whether this arrangement is approved under financial audit and probity requirements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott. Marad Eastwood.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Diolch also for the question. As this is an initial consultation process, no decisions have yet to be made in respect of the future of these sites and buildings. In relation to the use of prudential borrowing towards the 15% contribution to the scheme, The Council is satisfied that it is compliant with the Prudential Code for Capital Finance on local authorities. The Council will be delivering the scheme and providing a public asset, which is part of its statutory function in the provision of education, making it appropriate to borrow. Welsh Government expects local authorities to work in partnership with VA schools when developing school projects, and this consideration is particularly important in the development of the Sustainable Communities for Learning programme. Welsh Government guidance confirms that local authorities may contribute to VA school capital projects, particularly where these support local sufficiency, educational standards or strategic planning. The Council has a prudent policy of allocating its own capital receipts to fund capital projects only when receipts are received, rather when it is anticipated the receipt will be received. Therefore, it will make a provision for borrowing the full contribution if necessary and if appropriate. Neither Audit Wales nor SIPFA has relayed any concerns with our proposed way of dealing with the funding, subject to the outcome of the consultation.
Do you have a supplementary question, Mr. Philpott, that you'd like to ask?
I do, please, Madam Chair. I do, please, Madam Chair. Depending on that disposal of land, on what date is it anticipated that this disposal of land will take place? I.e., September the 2026 on the closure of 4 schools, but not 3 of the buildings, or September 2029, or recognising that there has been an overrun in most of the new school building projects when any proposed new build were to be completed and handed over. If it is September 2026 and the land transfers to Flintshire County Council, will Flintshire County Council be responsible for repair and maintenance of the site or sites until any new build is completed, which could be more than 3 years? If it's September 2029 or later, will Flintshire County Council then be responsible, as you have suggested in your answer, for the full 15% of prudential borrowing, thus increasing the total interest payment to be paid by Flintshire County Council taxpayers? Therefore, what security is provided against the full as opposed to partial 15% prudential borrowing? And if the project depends upon the 85% grant being approved, and that is not yet formally agreed, would the council not agree that this proposal is too high a risk and premature? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to bring Councillor Eastwood back to respond.
Cadeirydd. I would stress that we're still in the initial consultation period in relation to this school proposal, but I will supply you with a written response to your supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the County Council. Thank you.
So item number 3 on today's agenda is the declarations of interest. And I think I'm just going to hand over to Gareth for 1 second before anybody puts their hand up to declare.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst people are filing out the room, I'll deal with some of the blanket declarations of interest that there will need to be under the agenda. So going through the agenda in order, there are a number that we know that you will need to declare as councillors from your registers of interest, and we will be able to declare them for you just to save time. So community reviews under the Local Government and Democracy Wales Act. Many of you are town and community councillors. We will declare a personal interest for you because that is all it is under that. Fluid Pension Fund, we know whether you're in the pension fund or not. We will be able to declare personal interests for you in relation to that. Schedule of remuneration, likewise, it's only a personal interest under the code. We will do that for all of you. Then we come, Chair, to item 17. I think you have an interest to declare, don't you, Chair? In relation, the second notice of motion is about PSA tests for men over the age of 50. Rather than ask everybody their age. I think that one, because it is a universal service to a degree, it's open to a broad category of people rather than to specific people. I don't think members need to declare an interest in relation to that. There's then a notice of motion about welfare reform. And Chair, I think it might be withdrawn following events yesterday in Westminster. But what I was going to say was I had one or two councillors approached me and I was saying there, well, yes, they know somebody or they themselves applied for the PIP. And I was saying, well, that's personal and prejudicial interest because it affects you financially directly. So many people have come to me in relation to that. I was going to say that actually, in reality, if any interest is declared in that, I think it probably needs to be personal because, as I say, I have seen simply so many councillors and we might be in danger of sitting in a broadly empty room in relation to that item. And then lastly, Chair, there will be a couple of declarations of interest that members need to make personally in relation to the notice of motion about Ash Lane. There may be others on the agenda as well, Chair. What I have dealt with is the ones that I can see from my position as Chair, but there may be others because, of course, members have to give a declaration of interest in relation to their personal lives. And whilst I am familiar with many of you, I don't know everything about all of you, fortunately, nor should I. So I can't work out whether you need to declare an interest on some. So, Chair, there are a couple, though. Councillor Bithell will need to declare, Councillor Swash will need to declare as well.
Thank you, Gareth. So I'll start off by declaring my personal interest in notice of motion about ketamine misuse with a family member, unfortunately, to come into the addiction of that. Are there any other? Councillor Bithell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've been advised to declare a personal and prejudicial interest in relation to item 17, the fifth notice of motion by Councillor Alistair Ibbotson. And I will leave the chamber when that is discussed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Glynbanks?
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, the notice of motion in regards to the PIP and the social is being deferred, not withdrawn. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
And online, Councillor Ian Roberts?
No, Madam Chair, in view that the notice of motion on welfare reform is being deferred, there's no need for me to declare.
Councillor Swash?
Thank you, Chair. I declare a personal and prejudicial interest in agenda item 17, the motion regarding the revocation of the Ash Lane planning application. I do have a dispensation from the Standards Committee, and the monitoring officer has advised me that that would apply to that debate, which would allow me to speak and then leave the room before the debate begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations? Councillor Ibbotson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would seek the monitoring officer's guidance. Whilst he has said that members of the council who are themselves members of the Clwyd Pension Fund will have an interest recorded for them under item 13, I wonder whether there is it is necessary for those members who have close family members who are also members of the fund to further declare, as this wouldn't necessarily be held by the council. If it is necessary, then I would declare that I have a close family member who is a member of the Clwyd Pension Fund, in addition to being a member myself.
So, Chair, Councillor Ibbotson's correct. Yes, close family members. And Madam Chair, I suggest there may be a number of people with that. If we just ask for a show of hands, we can just note down the names rather than do it individually, because that will take some time and we have a very long agenda. If we can just see a show of hands and we can quickly note down the names. Oh, that's a lot. I thought we might be there sometime. This is for family members, yeah. Oh, sorry, missed one there at the back. Right, I think we've got everybody hopefully we have. People can let us know if we haven't.
Okay, Councillor Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to the notice of motion on Ash Lane, there are several members of the planning committee present today. Could the monitoring officer advise if we should declare an interest, either personal and or prejudicial, in this particular case? Thank you.
Chair, I was going to give members of the planning committee some advice when we came to that notice of motion, but I will wrap it all up now. Members don't ever need to declare an interest because they are a member of another committee. It is matters outside of the council, either in their own personal lives or the personal lives of closely associated people, that give rise to interests. Members of the planning committee, though, do need to be careful today. Members of the planning committee will understand when I say to them that they must not nail their colours to the mast when debating the notice of motion. The notice of motion this afternoon is about, today, sorry, just a slight pessimism on my part. The notice of motion today is about the issue of whether the matter should be referred back, not about the issues and not about whether that permission should be revoked or not. It's whether it should be referred back. If you are on the planning committee and the matter is referred back, then you can't commit yourself today about which way you will vote, or else you will not be allowed to participate in the decision. So we talk about the principle of whether it is referred back, not about whether the permission should be granted or should be revoked. It's about a matter of process rather than the substantive issues in relation to that application. I would hate to have the debate today for the decision to be taken that it is referred back, and then have to go around and advise members of the planning committee, well, sorry, you can't speak, and you can't speak because you indicated in full council which way you intended to vote when it was referred back. Clearly that would defeat the purpose. So please exercise care, members, as members of the planning committee today, in how you address the issue.
And so moving on to agenda item number 4, and this is the rededication of the auditorium as the Lord Barry Jones Council Chamber. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Lord Barry and Lady Janet to today's County Council meeting, and to be able to preside over the rededication of this, our new home, and Council Chamber as the Lord Barry Jones Council Chamber. It was at the County Council meeting in March 2023 that the Council conferred the freedom of the County of Flintshire to Lord Barry Jones in recognition of his then 52 years of public service. That makes it 54 now, does it? As a parliamentarian, and his ongoing service and dedication to the local communities that make up Flintshire. At that meeting, the council also renamed the council chamber at County Hall in Mold as the Lord Barry Jones Council Chamber, as a fitting tribute to a local champion of the county of Flintshire. So 2 years has passed since this event, and Lord Jones is still active in the House of Lords, and I think he said he had a late night last night, and he continues to support many local and national causes. So what better way than to rededicate the chamber in his honour, and again recognise his unwavering support for this county and the people who work and live here, than to dedicate this new auditorium, our meeting place, in his name. So I'd like to invite Lord Jones to say a few words if he wishes before we unveil the plaque and officially rename the room as the Lord Barry Jones Council Chamber.
Chair of Council, Councillor Buckley, Leader of Council, Councillor Dave Hughes, Deputy Leader, Councillor Jones, Chief Executive of Flintshire County Council, Neil, Colonel of Reserve, and Lady Janet. May I say, Chair, a thank you to you for those introductory words. I am grateful. And I do remember you as a very distinctive and successful mayor of Flint Town. And I can only say of Leader David, I know him to have vigor and friendship. And Councillor Jones, with whom I worked very recently, I worked at length with his father many years ago and have good memories. And I say to Chief Executive, he administers the finest council in Wales. Thank you, Neil. Well, my message is brief, for I'm going somewhere else, and you know where. But it isn't a better place. I admire every councillor here, wherever you sit. I know of your frustrations, your conscientiousness, and the ever more robust challenges that you now face. You strive to give service to your constituents, and your best work is unknown, and so often your work is unthanked. I sometimes think you are elected to be blamed, but I know all about that, and I've known it for generations. But please be proud of your civic input. It is precious. Every day you influence our daily lives. And I say thank you, for example, for those lovely nursery and exciting primary schools, the young ones, and they were here, the young ones of our county, of our community. And thank you for a wonderful record of gaining new factories, encouraging investment, and defending businesses. It's a brilliant record. I think it's a national record. It's unbeatable, and you have done it. And you've done it from ashes. You've raised it up, and this authority and its predecessor can be very proud. And thank you for your patriotism, the forces champion, and the covenant, the precious covenant. And in 2025, that is so vital. And I can only praise and praise and praise again the reserve. And for Janet and I, those cadets in the Air Force and in the Navy and the Army with whom we worked for many years. They're wonderful outfits, and I hope you will continue to support them. So I say, let us evermore serve even better the good citizens of the finest county in Wales. However good you are, you're not good enough for the challenge. It is a mighty challenge. And I tell you, for local government, it will get harder in the immediate years ahead, as they have been for the past years. So, Lady Janet and I, thank you for having us here. It is courteous, thoughtful, and kind of the county. And this is a very considerable honour you now bestow. And we are both grateful to you. It is a remarkable initiative, and it follows the freedom you so handsomely gave and uniquely gave. Truly, I can tell you that Janet and I, over 55 years, have given you our blood, always for community, locality, and whilst breath is in our bodies, we will be for Flintshire and its communities. Certainly, it will be for our Flintshire, my homeland. This I know to be true. I think you have carried the Flintshire flag with great distinction and considerable effect. So again, I write here a big thank you and all success in your valuable civic service. Remember the Greeks when you were young? It was the ideal of the civis, civic society. Will forget they had slaves. That's the inspiration. Civic community, giving, helping, encouraging. That is your duty, and you are good at it. I say, this is the finest county in Wales. It's so well done. Be proud of all you have done and prepare for more difficulties. A big thank you from Lady Janet and myself, and I say, Wales forever, Tyfri am byth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will now proceed to we've brought the plaque over from County Hall and had it mounted for today's recognition for Lord Barry Jones, and we will now proceed to unveil the plaque on the wall just by the doors of the inn. So I've asked the Chair to accompany myself and Lord Jones to do that.
Hold it there for a second and look through the camera. Oh, this way. And now, take that with me. I wonder, a little bit of the plaque is covered up. No, that's fine. Okay, here we go. Again, and again. Last one now. Okay.
Thank you, Barry.
Councillor Banks.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Lord and Lady Barry for being here. It's an absolute pleasure to have you as our representative, as you have been for all these years, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside you, and always looked up to you in the past. I do now, and I always will do. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Councillor Christine Jones, and then we move to the next item.
Yes. Borodar, just as the leader's not here, as Joint Deputy Leader with Councillor Jones, just to say it's such a great honour to have Lord and Lady Jones here today and to dedicate this chamber once again in our new council offices, because you work so hard, Barry, for Flintshire, always have done, always will do, with Lady Janet at your side. You're just an absolute inspiration to everybody who meets you, who knows you, who classes you as a friend, which I do personally, having known you both for so long. So thank you so much for attending today. And it's always lovely to have you in our presence, because you always make us feel inspired, and that, you know, we have got a difficult job coming ahead of us and have done for a few years now. But with your guidance, as always, it gives us that courage to carry on and gives us that inspiration that we all need at times. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your help, your support that you've always given to the people of Flintshire, to the council, to absolutely everybody. I'm proud to have you as a friend, and Lady Janet as well. So thank you.
And Councillor Richard Jones.
Yes, I'd just like to thank Lord Barry for attending today and his wife Janet. Always a pleasure to see you both. And yes, I had the pleasure of travelling with Barry, Lord Barry, to Ellesmere Port recently. Only a half an hour, three-quarter an hour journey, but it was so interesting. It's always so interesting to talk to Lord Barry. He has a breadth of subjects that he can talk to you about. And yes, to him, he remembers my father. We talked about that too on the way. I delivered leaflets for Lord Barry. This is probably not known by many people, but we reckoned about 8 or 9 years old, and I delivered leaflets for Lord Barry around the area of Harden at the time. Of course, that wouldn't happen anymore, would it? My father was a big supporter of the Labour Party in the Bizacta Union, as it then was, and certainly supported Lord Barry for many years. So I've known Lord Barry for a long time, and I'd like to thank him as well for the support he gives to Flintshire County Council and on. Thank you very much, and you're well deserving of that plaque. Thank you, Lord Barry.
Okay, so we move now to agenda item number 5, and this is the North Wales Regional Armed Forces Covenants in Partnership Annual Report 2024. So on behalf of Flintshire County Council, I am pleased to welcome Colonel Melanie Pagnell. Thank you. Ian Pritchard, Regional Armed Forces Liaison Officer, Mike Dodd, Flintshire's Social Enterprise Development Officer, and they're here to re-sign the Armed Forces Covenant on behalf of the Armed Forces and present the Gold Award. The leader of the council, Councillor Dave Hughes, will sign the covenant on behalf of Flintshire and receive the award. But before we do that, I would like to quickly declare a personal interest, as my daughter serves in the Armed Forces, and I forgot to say that earlier on. I'd like to ask Damien Hughes to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I'd like to say is that the presentation quality is going to go down to perhaps non-league from Champions League after following Lord Barry. So do forgive me and my very modest presentational skills. Gives me great honour and privilege to present this report because I too have friends and family that have served in the forces, and probably like everybody in the room, there is an association there somewhere. The report essentially presents the first North Wales Regional Armed Forces Covenant Partnership Annual Report 2024, which in itself is a bit of a mouthful. The Armed Forces Covenant needs no introduction, so I won't go through that. The Council did sign the original Armed Forces Covenant back in 2013 with FLVC. And the reason for the changes is legislation. The Armed Forces Act 2021 changed the status of the covenant, which meant that each organisation signs their own Armed Forces Covenant, setting out their own individual pledges. We've attached the regional report in Appendix 1, setting out the achievements in the region, and the Flintshire County Council highlights, including the Gold Award, is highlighted in paragraph 105. and the pledges are set out, Flintshire County Council pledges are set out in Appendix 2. I'd like to thank Fiona, the report author, for her tireless work in this area, along with other matters that you see as a council. And today we've got Colonel Pragnell to present the report to the Chair of the County Council. Thank you very much. The award, sorry.
So if we can invite Councillor Dave Hughes to come forward to receive this award on behalf of Flintshire County Council.
You want me?
This way, look.
Pretty short.
Hello. How are you? Fine, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's fine. That kind of is just right. Okay. Lord Barry, don't come in the close. Okay, here we go. Yeah. And should we do one here? You see this background? Yes. Fine. So if you come round the side, sir.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Could you have the chair in and then
Take my hat off so people can see.
Okay. Okay, sir. So let's see. Lady Jones. It's nice to angle it at it so it's not square onto the camera. Okay. Do this before.
Yeah.
And again, this way.
Signature on each. Right, if I can just take both copies away, I'll just reframe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Rather than do the picture.
Yes, sure.
Leave the seated.
Oh.
Oh, are you okay sitting?
Yeah. The better shot if you seated.
Okay, so we can
Okay.
tend to sign again then.
A bit closer to the chair.
Yeah. I mean, you take all the shots you need.
Okay. Here we go. This way. And boys, look at the camera. Here we go. Looking this way. Okay. That's right. Again. And again.
They kind of pause 2, 3 while I whip those away. You'll be afraid of them.
Looks very nice, very formal.
Oops.
Congrats, Colonel. We go back so many years.
We do.
Collaborating.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Many years.
Many years.
I think 22.
Let's just think how long we go back.
Princess Trust. Apprentice.
I did by magic.
Oh, look at that, Tony.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Right.
They're holding it together. Yeah. There we go.
A few times. Can we all like to get in the back of assisting the others?
Come right round the side here. Right. Tuck yourself into there if you can, sir.
Sorry.
And you there, just as before, but right, sir. Ashley forward. As close as you can get.
Cozy, isn't it?
Very cozy. Couple here now. And again. There we go. Possibly. Last one.
Colonel, we saw all your tabs, everything.
Yeah, there you go.
No, it's worth having one smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's chair.
No, somebody stations.
It's always a great thing until you actually do it. You just realise it's chaos. Do you want me just like
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Oh,
Too
you've done
low.
this before.
Okay, I can see that. Okay.
Which one? Do you want to hold one, or is it?
Do we open
With
it
the
up?
plaque, I think. And yeah, you can stand for this.
Oh, can stand. You
Okay,
can stand.
here we go. This way. Again. And left.
Okay. You propose this one, but you see the receipt of the Propose the receipt of the council.
So.
Okay, so we're going to vote to receive this report, the Armed Forces Covenant Partnership Annual Report. It's Councillor Ted Palmer.
I'd like to propose that we accept as an ex-Welsh Governor myself, and the relationship between the armed forces and the local authorities is very important. Thank you.
And Councillor Bibby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to second the report, and also if we in the Chamber can give our thanks and appreciation by acclamation and applause to all those that serve in our armed forces, past and present, who have given their lives and their careers to serve our country.
And so it's been proposed and seconded. I just need a show of hands now from everybody, please. Clearly carried, yeah. So item number 6 brings us on to the minutes, and this is to confirm as the correct record the minutes held on 3rd of April and 20th of May. So we're going to go through page by page. It's page 49, 50, 43. Got tough advice here.
The link in the link took me to the wrong place, Chair. So, yeah, there we go. 43.
Okay, we will start at page 43 then. Page 44, 45, 46. Councillor Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. There's not a problem in the minutes, but I just wanted to express my gratitude to the officers for the exceptional support I've been given since passing the notice of motion. I've been given several updates on the actions that the officers and the council have taken. And I just wanted to give my sincere thanks to the officers and to the council as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. 47.
Did you want to take them separately or together, Chair?
Would you like to take?
It's up to your choice.
Oh, we'll take them on block. Yeah. So you've got
to page 49 again.
So we need page 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Got a mover with Councillor Coggins, and seconded by Councillor Palmer. And all those in favour, please.
Yeah, that's carried.
That's carried also. So item number 7 is Chair's communications. You will have seen what I've done this month. I think it went out this morning, a bit late, but there we go. But further to that, I'd like to actually make an announcement that there's 2 officers who are with us for the last time this meeting. It's their last meeting. That would be Andrew Farrow and Damien Hughes. So on behalf of Flintshire County Council, I'd personally like to say a big thank you for your service and wish you both all the very, very best for your future. I'll pass over to Neil.
Thank you, Chair. So 2 senior officers of the organisation are leaving us. It's always a emotional time for us. First of all, start with Andy. He's been Chief Officer for Planning for a number of years and has held that post and held it very professionally for that period of time. Always a significant contributor and always willing to challenge constructively when there are issues that need to be reflected on. A great colleague to work with, and I will miss him. I'm sure that all the chief officers will miss him and members will miss his contributions, whether it's in formal meetings or outside of those meetings. So a really big thank you from myself to Andy. Turning to Damien, what can be said about Damien? Quite a lot, really. Damien has never not the shrinking violet, as you probably be aware, always keen to contribute in conversations and certainly adds value. His initial background started off in education. He subsequently moved to a senior position as the corporate assets and capital program manager, a job he's done exceedingly well. I'm sure that, well, I will, as well as, you know, in terms of Andy's, I'll miss Andy, I'll miss Damien equally. He adds a large amount of professional acumen to the service and the role. Big shoes to fill for both of those posts in relation to finding suitable candidates. So thank you, Damien, and thank you, Andy. Really appreciate everything you've done and your contributions to this organisation. Thank you.
Call the leader of the council, Councillor Dave Hughes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank both Andy and Damien for all the contribution they've done to Flintshire County Council. They will be greatly missed. We've got the hard job now in finding replacements for them. But I wish them all the very best for the future, and I hope they enjoy whatever they get to do. Damien, I'm sure, will be fishing and shooting, and Andy will be riding his bike, and hopefully we'll see him on the Tour de France for some time. So, both colleagues, thank you very much. Your appreciation is well rewarded. Thank you.
Next speaker I have is Councillor Coggins Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. I know that there'll be other speakers who have an embarrassment of riches to discuss about Chief Officer Farrow, so I shall allow them to discuss that, and I'll sort of reserve my comments to Damien. Not only does he have the unique virtue of living in the best ward in Flintshire, and represented obviously by an excellent ward councillor, I've had quite a lot of dealings with Andy over the years, and as a brand new, with Damien over the years, and Andy, obviously. But Damien has been incredibly useful in guiding me as a new councillor. He has the distinct ability of saying no in the guise of yes, which initially I found confusing until I learned the lingo. But he's also made me seemingly one of the most competent looking councillors in the authority, because when I've been able to sort of ask him questions or ask him for what I thought was a favour, or if we could have a little parcel of land, he has said yes so quickly, my head has spun, and the community councils that I represent have been almost suspicious by accepting the offers that have come from the grace of his table. But not only has he been exceptionally competent, he's also been a robust officer. Damien and I have sort of clashed on policy terms, but he's also done it in the most respectful and professional way, in a way that has taught me how to be a better councillor and a better person at this in this authority. And he will be sincerely missed. I hope he doesn't leave the ward, because no, good, that's fine, because he walks past my house often, and it's useful for a burglar deterrent. And but it's been an absolute pleasure knowing Damien, and he's been incredibly useful, and I want to sort of give him my sincere thanks for all the dedication he's given to the authority over the years. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Richard Jones first, and then Councillor Richard Lloyd after that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Strange, really, because I've only just received Andrew Farrow as my chief officer, and he's disappearing. So I'm not sure what that says, really. But no, it would have been a pleasure, I'm sure, to have had you as the chief officer in the portfolio I represent. But thanks for your service, Andy. Now, Damien, on the other hand, it's a slightly different case. I remember the first conversation with Damien I had when I became a cabinet member, and he said, "This is the area where I have the hardest large to-do box." And he said, everything in my portfolio is just in the hard to-do box, and it's so difficult to resolve, which is something that's quite true, I think, with assets. So I know he's going to go on to fishing. He's not doing the proper fishing. He's going fly fishing rather than carp fishing. So not the right rod or the right reel or the right line, but probably the right idea. A real professional, fantastic memory, which is sometimes good and sometimes not so good, where he remembers everything, but also well liked by his staff. At least he tells me that anyway. But thank you, Damien.
Richard Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you. As the Chair of Planning Committee for the last 3 years, I couldn't really have managed without Andrew's help. His knowledge, advice and professionalism, has really pulled me through. But I've got confidence to do the committee now. But without Andrew, I'll miss him, because, he's been a really good officer. The decisions are sometimes difficult for Planning Committee, but the advice and professionalism Andrew has given me has been really helpful. I do wish him well for the future. I'm sure he'll be not only bike riding, but playing tennis. I have already challenged him to a game of paddle when some paddle courts might be built. I mean, he's a lot younger than me, so he'll probably beat me, but my days of playing table tennis might give him a bit of a game. But as regards Damien, I've known Damien for a long time as well, because I think, were you there in 2012? You weren't chief officer, but you were there, you weren't. But anytime I needed advice, I'd ring up, even if he didn't answer the phone, he'd always ring me back, and I can't knock him for that. If he couldn't help me, he'd point me in the right direction. So thank you, Damien, for that as well. And I wish you well for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
And then I've got the last two speakers on this. So first I've got Councillor Chris Biffle, and then we'll finish with Councillor Carol Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to just add my best wishes to Andy Farrell on his retirement, his coming retirement. as Chief Officer for Planning, Public Health and Public Protection. I had the pleasure of acting as the cabinet member for that particular portfolio until recently, and of course worked with Andrew and the team very closely for a number of years. And I much appreciated the advice, the help and the support that he gave not only to me, but to the service as a whole, and indeed to this local authority. And we will miss him in that respect. And I certainly wish him well in his retirement. I can see him passing me in 20-mile-an-hour zones on his bike anytime soon. I'd like to also to pay tribute to Darren, to Damien, sorry, because I worked very closely with him too in my former role as the education portfolio holder a number of years ago. And at that particular time, Damien was associated with the education department. And again, a very, very strong, knowledgeable individual who was able to give advice, which is always reliable and could be pursued in a positive manner. So I'm very grateful to Damien for all his help and support, not only to me, but again to the whole of the portfolio and to this council. And again, he'll be greatly missed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Chair.
And finally, Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to say thank you to both officers who are leaving on behalf of our group. We appreciate the hard work that they've done and wish them all the very best for the future. Thank you. And hard shoes to fill, as always already been mentioned. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll go on to item number 8, and that's petitions. This is to receive any petitions. Have we got any?
We don't need to be notified in advance, but I haven't been notified, Chair, and it does look as though there isn't anybody who wishes to present one on behalf of their residents.
So we'll move swiftly on to item number 9. And this is the Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee for the CJC. And yeah, and this one's for you both.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you considered this issue over 6 months ago, I'm pleased to say, in December of last year. At the time, some reservations were expressed about the concept of having a joint scrutiny committee to oversee and to scrutinise the work of the Corporate Joint Committee. We were the first council to consider the issue at the time, and in rejecting the issue, you did say that were the other councils to approve the joint committee, thereby in effect leaving us in the cold as an organisation, you would be happy to reconsider the issue. Well, the other 5 councils have indeed gone through and considered the matter. They have all approved the creation of a specialist committee to scrutinise the work of the CJC, the Corporate Joint Committee. You will see, members, in bringing the item back, that we have tried to give some thought to the concerns that were raised last December. One councillor with experience of regional working rightly pointed out that it's hard enough to build a rapport with colleagues in other councils when you meet face to face and you have that opportunity for you know, over a cup of tea or whatever to start to bond and build relationships. In a largely virtual society, that is increasingly difficult, and that was one concern which you will see I have tried to address within the recommendations. And also the concern was raised that part of the issue and part, I think, of members' reticence about CJCs is that they are seen as a remote and regional body. To then have a regional scrutiny committee when the scrutiny committees are supposed to be a way into the work of the CJC for those people who are not on the CJC only further serves, I think, to compound the problem, was the perception. And you will see that I have raised there that if you were minded to approve the creation of a JOSC, one of the things we should be doing is going back to the CJC and saying to them, well, look, how is every other member, well, We've got about 4 members who are on the CJC, 2 members who will be on the JOSC. That would leave 61 members who have no direct route to gathering information about the CJC. How are those 61 members going to be kept informed of the work of the CJC? And challenging colleagues in Gwynedd, who are the host for that organisation, to come forward with proposals for how they will keep you all informed. Chair, the recommendations are there. Members have considered it once before. I've given you the report that we considered last December. I've given that to you because it is a standard format report that all councils have considered. I am happy, Chair, to take any questions should there be any.
Councillor Richard Jones, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Paul Johnson.
I'd like to move the recommendations with an amendment, please. I move the recommendations for the report in accordance with the recommendations of the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee, with an amendment that we change recommendation C to read as follows. Bear with me. Agrees the political balance of Flintshire County Council's nominees to the Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee will reflect the membership of Flintshire County Council rather than membership of all North Wales councils in aggregates. The appointments will be for the remainder of the municipal year. I believe that making these changes will ensure that there will be clear leadership and direction from members in this council who represent us on the Joint Scrutiny Committee. This will benefit, I believe, our council's engagement with that committee and the overall process of scrutiny of what is a fairly new body. This, of course, will affect the political balance of our council's committee allocations, which will be considered in the next item. So I recommend that when we're going into that, we consider those as well. Thank you.
Second the report.
Off, please. Thank you. Councillor Richard Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move, second the report, and just acknowledge as follows that the other 5 local authorities in North Wales have agreed to participate in the Joint Overview and Scrutiny, which wasn't the case when we last considered it in December. We can't be left out of this process. The fight in relation to the CJC is over, and I think that has to be acknowledged. We now need to be fully engaged with the process and ensure that we represent our residents in the best possible way. And in order to do that, we need to be a member of this committee, the Joint Scrutiny Committee. The changes to recommendation C are made, alter what was advised from the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee, but we believe this will benefit the process and provide the appropriate leadership which is required. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my privilege to second the recommendations when this came to this council back in December. And at the time when it was suggested that we did not join the Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I prophesied at that point that we would wind up back here. What we have managed to gain by throwing our toys out the pram is 7 months delay in ensuring proper scrutiny of the CJC's work, something which delivers absolutely no benefits to Flintshire's residents. Instead, we have had this authority run on unaccountably in its processes in the meantime. It is right and proper that we established this Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee. It was right and proper that we established it back in November, and I am glad that the coalition has finally limped round to this way of thinking. However, I have deep concerns about the motion moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Jones. In the guise of trying to extend the term of office for those members who are appointed to sit on the CJC, they have managed to, or contrived rather, to remove the suggestion that one of the places be allocated to opposition groups. This is a dangerous assault on scrutiny. It is not at all acceptable that scrutiny committees exclude opposition members. It is simply not. Now, I trust that the removal of that part of Section C and the recommendations is an oversight by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Jones. And so I move an amendment to reinstate that part, that one of the seats be allocated to the administration groups and one of the seats be allocated to the opposition groups. I trust they will accept that amendment. If they fail to do so, they will be attacking fundamental democracy of this council. They will be attacking scrutiny. They will be attempting to establish a precedent whereby the administration can mark their own homework with no opportunity for anybody else to be involved. This council has a dynamic opposition which contributes significantly to the work of the council. Under the proposals as moved by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Jones, not a single opposition councillor will have any voice on any of the subcommittees of the CJC, nor on the Corporate Joint Committee itself, nor on its scrutiny committee. That would be unacceptable. It is that kind of behaviour, that trampling on the rights of democratically elected members of this council, which is liable to invite commissioners from the Welsh Government to assess the health of our democracy. Now, members of the administration have decried the suggestion that commissioners may ever be appointed to this council. I'm sure that we would all join them in that. Do not invite them in, is my advice. And remember, you may sit in administration now. I recall the local elections in England in May did not lead to necessarily the rosiest picture for certain groups who sit within the administration. Beware what might happen to you in 2027. Think carefully about whether you are setting precedents now which may be used against you in the fullness of time. Because I have no doubt that if you set a precedent that opposition members are not to be involved in scrutiny, this will come back to bite you when you sit in opposition. Show courtesy, respect democracy, and accept this amendment.
Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Chair, I'd like to reserve my comments until we know if the proposers are going to accept the amendment as tabled.
Were you seconding the amendment, sorry?
Apologies, Chair. Yes, I am seconding the amendment, and we'll find out if they accept it or not, and then I'd like to speak afterwards.
Chair, it's a shake of the head from the back of the room. I don't think either the mover or the seconder are accepting the proposal, so it remains as an amendment rather than an alteration, Chair.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chair, for your courtesy. I think it's a real shame that this is the way the administration is now behaving. I'm sick to death of being approached outside this chamber and being told, oh, why don't we work together? Why don't we do this? And there's not that much difference between us. And if you work with us on that, we can work with you on that. There's not that much difference between Labour and the Lib Dems. Let's work together. One damn difference is that we believe in democracy and not stitching up the people in this chamber, which is exactly what this is. If they wanted to remove opposition members from this, then why couldn't they at least have the guts and the fortitude to say that that's what they were doing, instead of just doing it meekly, removing the line without actually highlighting what it means? I think it's a disgrace. It demonstrates that the administration has no interest in working with other groups, despite the nice measly words that we are given. This is wrong. You do not get to engage, as the seconder has just said, with the members and with this committee if you are deliberately blocking out anyone who disagrees with you, deliberately blocking out opposition members. This may be a shock to people in this chamber, but the cabinet and the administration groups do not have the monopoly on the intelligence and wisdom in this room. There are other people who possess that. I'm minded of saying something. No, I'm not going to do that, Chair, because Because, Chair, I fear your wrath more than anyone else's, so I shall keep my own counsel. However, it's with real disappointment that we've already descended into this farce. Just recently, when we had that appalling online meeting, I think all members and all groups and the officers wanted us to work together in a more collegiate way. They've just thrown that out the window. They've thrown it out the window for the sake of one seat on this committee and by deliberately locking out all opposition voice. There's absolutely no good reason for it, and I'm just ashamed to be a member of the council if this is the way we are being led by the administration. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Glynbanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was just a point of order, really. We'd already had an amendment, so surely we should. Wasn't it an amendment from Councillor Johnson? No.
If I might, Chair, as officers, we make recommendations. They are, I've said this before, they are as nothing until a member picks them up and moves them in the chamber. We give advice, we give recommendations. Members decide whether they wish to put that forward as a proposal. What Councillor Johnson did was put forward a proposal that did not include all of the recommendations from the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee. That is the substantive motion. We therefore have a valid amendment, Chair.
Councillor Ted Palmer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I take exception to some of the comments, especially the one where they think that I am making my decisions with a view to being re-elected in 27. I don't think so. My decisions are made for now and for the next year, nothing to do with getting re-elected. And working together, yes, we've always asked about working together, but that only happens when somebody wants something. They work together when they want something, then after that it goes away. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. Quite shocked, to be quite honest. We stood here and clapped Lord Barry when he said this was the best authority in Wales. It's not the behaviour of the best authority in Wales to try and exclude democracy, exclude scrutiny, mark your own homework. It's absolutely disgusting. But I don't think it's a big surprise, because if you look at the papers, page 67, bullet point 1.12, it already excludes the group of Flintshire People's Voice when the current circumstances of the council would mean that one seat would be occupied by a councillor from Eagle, Independence or Labour Group, the coalition, and the other seat would be occupied by a councillor from the Liberal, Democrat or True Independence, or a councillor who was not in any group, excluding Flintshire People's Voice. They were already excluded, so I don't really think they wanted real scrutiny across the council. I'm just on my feet for our group's disgust to be recorded that democracy has gone out the window, scrutiny has been removed. Why? We couldn't hear what was being said by the proposer to begin with, very well down the bottom here, but what we could hear, why? Why take away scrutiny? Why? Isn't that what it's all about? Chair, when our group was formed, we weren't allowed to be involved in scrutiny for about 3 months. I think that tells a tale. I don't think this coalition wants scrutiny. But we're going to scrutinise. We feel that we are opposition and we will challenge and continue to challenge. Don't think we're going to lie down and die. We're not. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pearce.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think the proposal by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Jones, is quite despicable. It is clearly an attack on the opposition. They want us to play no part in this authority. It was clear when members of the Independents joined the administration and criticised by Councillor Ibbotson. From that point on, he was under attack. Hence, his chair was removed. And we know why. I was on the other side. I know that that was happening. We now look at who has seconded this. Councillor Richard Jones, now a member of the administration, deputy leader or acting leader, I'm not quite sure. But how he's changed. He can call himself independent. He's now a Labour member in the Labour administration. And I think it's quite disgusting for Councillor Jones to say that by removing an opposition member that this committee will have the leadership. Now that is quite an insult to those members in the opposition, and Councillor Coggins-Cogan is correct. They do not have a monopoly on intelligence, and I would challenge that the majority of the opposition are in a position to advise rather than be dictated to. And I think that the proposal by Councillor Johnson is voted down, and let's have some democracy in this authority. Thank you.
Councillor Sam Swash.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with most of the comments which have been made before me. I think this is utterly shameful, and I note that when the amendment was made by Councillor Johnson in a rather snidey manner, neither him nor the seconder made any attempt to explain why they're removing opposition scrutiny from the CJC. So I would invite them to explain that to the Chamber and to the residents of Flintshire, and I also move a recorded vote.
Councillor Andrew Parkhurst, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At the AGM, we saw a political stunt whereby the Climate Change Committee was abolished. Today, we see another stunt. It's quite clear that the coalition is full of stunts. This is absolutely outrageous. Having a member of the opposition on the Scrutiny Committee was agreed by the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee. There is a mechanism for discussing these matters. Group leaders have meetings to discuss matters of common interest. This could have been raised then. We could have thrashed it out, but no, it has been sprung upon us in a way that is underhand and deceitful.
Hear, hear.
And it reduces the integrity of this council, and I encourage members to reject the proposal by Councillor Johnson and to accept the amendment by Councillor Ibbotson.
Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Rosetta Dolphin, and she's online there.
Thank you, Chair. I only raised my hand to say I didn't seem to be showing it online. I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dolphin.
Richard Jones has already.
Call on Councillor Paul Johnson for the right to reply, please.
Chair. Just a matter of clarification. Councillor Richard Jones is not, never has been, I suspect never will be, a member of the Labour Party. So I think that should be corrected on the record.
Like some people.
Unlike, of course, some of the people who decide that they're going to be standing there against. I do take objection to the word snide. Councillor Jones himself did explain the rationale for this. In terms of political stunts, I'm afraid I'm standing here thinking about the biggest political stunt in my lifetime in this council when 5 members of the Labour group, elected by the Labour group as Labour Party members, walked across the chamber. That's a political stunt. So I take no lectures in democracy from them. And I move the vote now, please.
Well, Chair, we had taken the right of reply. We can't have any other speakers. So we've had a request for recorded vote. I will do as always, Chair, go through alphabetically. I will come to you and the Vice Chair last, Chair. Councillor Allport, I'm afraid, as always, we start with yourself. Do you vote for, against or abstain on the amendment? So that was 4. Councillor Attridge online?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Glinbanks? That was against from Councillor.
Again.
Chair, what's the question, Chair?
Can we just have a? Yeah. What? It's not an amendment,
So,
is it? So.
Do you want? Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So, would members like me to recap where we are in terms of procedure and to remind people on what they are voting? Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, Chair, it is an amendment. We are. It was moved by Councillor Ibbotson and seconded by Councillor Coggins-Cogan. The amendment is to reinstate the words that were omitted from the written recommendation, which is, in paraphrase, the recommendation from the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee that a seat on the Joint Scrutiny Committee should be allocated to a group that is not an executive group. That is to say, a group that does not hold a seat on Cabinet. So you are voting to reinstate those words, in effect, voting to see 1 seat allocated to somebody in an executive group and 1 seat allocated to somebody who is not in an executive group. I will restart. We haven't got far, fortunately, Chair. So I will restart and I will just ask the 2 members that have, or 3 members that have voted so far for their answer again. So Councillor Allport, for or against the amendment? So that's against. Councillor Attridge, for or against the amendment? You're on mute, Councillor Attridge. We didn't hear that. It's okay, we'll come back, or let us know in your own time which way you wish to vote, Councillor Attridge. Councillor Banks. So that's against, thank you. Councillor Bibby. Against. Councillor Bithell.
Against.
Councillor Brockley online. Councillor Brockley, are you there? She was online. No, okay. Councillor Attridge, you're no longer on mute. How do you wish to vote? Okay, we'll come back. As I say, let us know in your own time. Councillor Brown? Against. Councillor Carberry? Against. Councillor Claydon? Against. Councillor Coggins-Cogan?
I'm proudly voting for democracy.
For. Councillor Collett is online.
Against.
Against. Councillor Brockley.
For.
Hello, can you hear me? now?
So, Councillor Broccoli, how would you wish to vote?
If you can hear me, 4, please.
4. Okay, thank you. So bear with me while I just keep those notes recorded now. So you were here and Councillor Attridge as well. Thank you. So we've done Jeff. Councillor Crease.
Against.
That's against. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham. 4. Thank you. Councillor Rob Davis.
Abstain.
So that's abstention. Thank you. Councillor Ron Davis online.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davis Cook also online.
Yes, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Dolphin. Against. Councillor Rosetta Dolphin.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood.
Against.
That's against. Councillor Ellis. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor G. 4. Thank you. Councillor David Healy. Against. Councillor Gladys Healy. Against. Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Hughes. That's against. Thank you. Ray, we've had apologies for. We haven't had apologies for Dennis, and I couldn't see him online. Dennis, are you there? Councillor Hutchinson? No. I thought we were missing somebody when I did the numbers. Councillor Ibbotson. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Johnson. Against the amendment. Councillor Christine Jones. Against the amendment. Councillor Richard Jones.
Against.
Against. Councillor Simon Jones.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Lister. Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Richard Lloyd. Against. Thank you. Councillor Mackie. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Madison.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Marshall. Against. Thank you. Councillor McGuill.
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Mullin.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Democracy is the ability to vote whichever way you see. Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Parkhurst.
For democracy and decency and integrity.
You mean me, Councillor Parkhurst, for or against the amendment? Thank you. It's just important that I'm clear. Councillor Pitts. Thank you. Councillor Michelle, perfect.
Abstain.
Councillor Vicky, perfect.
Abstain.
Councillor Priest. 4. That's for the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
For democracy and clarity.
For the amendment or against the amendment?
For.
For the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Abstain.
Councillor Rose. Thank you. Councillor Rush. That was against. Thank you. Councillor Shawcross. Against. Thank you. Councillor Swash. That's 4. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Thew. That's for the amendment. Councillor Linda Thomas. That's against. Thank you. Councillor Turton. Thank you. Councillor Wakelam. Abstain. So that was an abstention. Thank you. Councillor Woolley. Arnold was online, I think. Are you there, Councillor Woolley? Okay. Well, thumbs down. Oh, right. That's against the amendment then, right? And then Councillor Wren.
I'm not going to abstain, so I'll vote for the amendment.
Councillor Owen?
For.
4, thank you. And Councillor Buckley? That was against, thank you. So, bear with me, Chair, while I total up the numbers, because it's...
Chair, just get me.
Yes, we did, Councillor Attridge.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Chair, that is 20 for the amendment, 53 against and 6 abstentions. So the amendment is carried. Sorry, the abstention is lost. The amendment is lost. The substantive motion still stands as the substantive motion unless there are any further amendments, Chair. So let me say that again, and let me try and be clearer this time.
Okay.
20 for the amendment, 53 against, 6 abstentions. Hang on, let me check my numbers. No, it's so 12, 31. So I've got, sorry, there's a stray number 20 appeared in my, that's 8 on the first line, 12 on the second. So that is 20, 31 against. So that takes us to 51 and 6 takes us to 59. Well, did it? So 24, 31 against. I've got subtotal. I'm subtotaling. That's why. Apologies. I'm subtotaling to check to make sure that we don't get too many. Ironically, so 24, 31 against, 6 abstentions. The amendment is lost. The substantive motion still stands, as I said, unless there are any further amendments. Chair.
No. Councillor Johnson?
So, therefore, I remove the recommendations as a stand. Is that correct? Sorry, that's removing the substantive motion, and then just to clarify, does that require us to have a vote, or will that carry the numbers on that will be carrying forward? Sorry, will the numbers on that vote be carried forward? Or are we going to have another vote?
The microphone off. Thank you. So, Chair, the substantive motion stands. Doesn't appear to be. There don't appear to be any further amendments, Chair. Oh. Okay. We therefore need to debate the substantive motion if there are any speakers. Councillor Coggins-Cogan has indicated to speak, Chair. There was a question from the back of the room, Chair, as to whether the vote that we have just taken would stand as being the resolution, but it does not. Members will know that's one of my least favourite parts of the Constitution. I'll be open about that. That the fact that we do an amendment and then take a second vote on it, Chair, is the process, though. So once we have had any further speakers on the substantive motion, we will need to take a vote again on the substantive motion, Chair.
First speaker, David Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. Now we have this recommendation to debate. I would like to have an explanation from the administration as to why it is better without a full range of voices on the new scrutiny committee, because that hasn't been, we haven't had that explanation apart from a single word. And I'd also like to have the chief executive's perspective, who obviously has considerable dealings with the CJC, whether he considers that it's better that it's only a narrow range of voices that we send to the CJC Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, in terms of a scrutiny function, it's, in my view, always better to have a wide range of interests voicing their opinions. That's my position.
Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Gareth that question as well, please. And also the next part of my request is again for a recorded vote, Chair. Thank you.
Are there 10 members supporting the recorded vote? So, yes, thank you. We have sufficient members to... Councillor Ellis, I'm going to decline to answer the question. It's the substantive issue that's under debate. It would be wrong for me to comment.
Councillor Richard Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I thought I made it clear, actually, when I seconded the item, I didn't hold back. It wasn't a snide at all. I said that I believed it would benefit the process and it would provide the appropriate leadership, and that's what it will do. So there's no snide remark. It wasn't something we were trying to do around you. It was, we thought we can do it through better leadership and process. And whether you like it or not is a different thing. Whether you... Excuse me, Chair. I'm trying to answer the question that was put to me. That's my response. I was very clear when I seconded the item, and we believe that that is the case, that it will benefit the process and provide the appropriate leadership to the CJC, which it wouldn't have if we'd left it as it was. Thank you.
Councillor Sam Swash.
Provide some leadership to the CJC. The people of Flintshire are crying out for some leadership from this coalition. We're told you can't manage the job in Flintshire, but you can manage it across North Wales. Get a grip. Thank you.
Once again, the right of reply goes to Councillor Paul Johnson. Councillor Johnson, can I just ask you to speak a bit more into the microphone, please?
In front of me, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think this motion has been discussed very thoroughly. I would like to move we go and do it. But I would also, Chair, request that we actually go on time how long recorded votes go and take. I know that Constitutional Democratic Services, I've asked that we can look at an electronic way of doing this, and it's being investigated with the utmost urgency. But just for reference, I would like to know that every time a recorded vote is taken in this council, how long is it actually taking? Because I do believe that democracy shouldn't be shouted down. I do believe that a democracy is about people taking part, but democracy is about making things happen as well in a certain way. So I move the motion as stands.
Chair, we will go to the vote. There has been a request from the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee to look at electronic voting, which might enable us to do recorded voting slightly more quickly. It's on Mr. Goodrum's considerably ever lengthening list of priorities, Chair. So we'll run through the process again. Shall I start at W this time, Chair, and go backwards? I feel very sorry for Councillor Allport. I pick on him first every time, Chair. So this time you are voting, Chair, on the adoption of the proposals on the paper, minus the proposal that one seat would be allocated to somebody in a non-executive group. So the allocation of seats would then fall to be determined in accordance with political balance. So we'll start and we'll do it in reverse order. So Councillor Wren.
Against.
Thank you. That was against. Councillor Woolley. Are you there online, Councillor? Okay, we'll come back to Arnold in a minute then. Councillor Wakelam?
4.
That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Turton? Against? Thank you. Councillor Linda Thomas? 4. Thank you. Councillor Linda Thew? Against? Thank you. Councillor Swash? Against? Thank you. Councillor Shallcross? 4. Thank you. Councillor Rush?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Rose? Against? Thank you. Councillor Roberts?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Priest? That was against. Thank you. Councillor Vicky Perfect?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Michelle Perfect?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce? Against. Thank you. Councillor Parkhurst? It's against. Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Mullin? 4. 4. Thank you. Councillor McGuill?
Abstain.
Councillor Marshall? 4. Thank you. Councillor Madison?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Mackey? Against. Thank you. Councillor Lloyd? 4. Thank you. Councillor Lister? Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Simon Jones?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Richard Jones? 4. 4. Thank you. Councillor Christine Jones?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Johnson? It's 4. Thank you. Councillor Ibbotson? Against. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson isn't with us. Councillor David Hughes? 4. Thank you. Councillor Hodge?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Gladys Healy? That's 4. Thank you. Councillor David Healy? 4. Thank you. Councillor G? Against. Thank you. Councillor Ellis? Against. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood?
4.
That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Rosetta Dolphin?
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Chris Dolphin? 4. That was 4. Thank you. Councillor Davis Cook?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ron Davis?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Davis?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham?
He's out the room, Chair.
Councillor Crease?
4.
That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Collett?
4.
Councillor Coggins Cogan? It's against. Thank you. Councillor Claydon? 4. Thank you. Councillor Carberry? 4. Thank you. Councillor Brown? 4. Thank you. Councillor Brockley?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bithell? It's 4. Thank you. Councillor Bibby? That was 4. Thank you. Councillor Banks? It's 4. Thank you. Councillor Attridge?
8.
Against. Against. Thank you. Councillor Allport? That's 4. Thank you. Before I come to yourselves, Vice and Chair, Councillor Woolley, is Councillor Woolley back online? No. Okay. And Councillor Cunningham, has he rejoined us? No. Okay. So Councillor Owen?
Against.
Against. Thank you. And Chair?
4.
That's 4. Thank you. So bear with me, Chair.
Can I have my vote again was for the motion?
Yes, Bernie, we've got you down as voting against.
For the, sorry.
Okay, I think we need to clarify this, Bernie, if we can. I had recorded you as voting against. Do you wish to vote for the motion instead?
No, I vote for.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair, the results are 32 for, 17 against, and 6 abstentions. A couple of people missing for that vote, Chair. So the vote is carried. The CJC has been formed without the requirement for there be a seat allocated to a non-executive group.
Oh, Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just some advice, please. The recommendation from the Constitution Committee was put to us. Will the Constitution Committee now be advised that that recommendation has now been amended by the Council?
Chair, it has never been my practice to report back to the Constitution Committee on how the vote has gone at full council, because of course at full council all members of the Constitution Committee are present, including on this occasion the Chair. So I would not propose to do a report back unless council wished me to do so.
Okay, time's 12:30 now. I propose that we take a half-hour lunch break and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, fellow councillors. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to leave agenda item number 10 just for the time being while some papers are being printed. So we'll go straight on to agenda item number 11.
That's my item, Chair. On procurement reforms and CPRs. I think this is probably one of the most travelled reports within the council. It has so far been to Governance and Audit Committee, Cabinet, Constitution and Democratic Services Committee, and possibly somewhere else as well before coming here. The advantage of having done that is that a good many of you as members have had a chance to look at the proposed CPRs and indeed have had the opportunity to suggest some changes, for which we're very grateful. It means that you have read all 78 pages, I think, or whatever the document is, very long document. The suggestion that came forward from Constitution and Democratic Services Committee is that when we have a contract over £30,000 and less than £300,000, rather than just one officer saying, yes, award the contract to that individual, 2 officers should do so, and we're very happy to adopt that. It doesn't cause a breakdown, it doesn't cause any difficulties with the electronic systems that we have, so that has been incorporated into the CPRs. A lot of you will already know what the CPRs are because this document has done the rounds. The CPRs, contract procedure rules, are the rules that turn the procurement legislation that exists for the whole of England and Wales into action within our council. It sets out how we let contracts, how we advertise, whether we use frameworks, what levels are we authorised to let. There is an apparent change that's explained within the report about thresholds, as we term them, the contract values. Previously, we would take a contract to Cabinet where it was over £2 million in value. It looks like there's been a huge increase in that because we're now saying we go to Cabinet when the value of the contract is over £2.4 million. Actually, previously, we never included VAT in the calculation. What we've done is just include VAT within the calculation because we have to under the new legislation. So the values themselves have not changed. I've mentioned this a couple of times for various different groups, so apologies if you've heard this before. These contract procedure rules were drafted by an external firm of solicitors on our behalf and on behalf of 4 of the councils in North Wales. One of the issues, particularly for small and medium enterprises, is the very different rules between the different councils. They find it a bit of a minefield anyway, but there's a different minefield in every council. And what we have done, I'm pleased to say my fellow monitoring officers and I have been able to agree that for at least 5 of us, we would have essentially the same minefield for the people to navigate through, so that once they've found a map for one of us, they have a safe route through for all of us, just carrying that allegory on. Clearly, the legislation came into effect in February. I have sought to reassure councillors that even though we are in July before we have approved a new set of CPRs, that actually what has happened is that the majority of contracts, if not all of the contracts let since February, have been under the old legislation because, and again, forgive me if you've heard me say this 1 or 3 times already, there is a long tail to the old legislation. Any contract advertised under the old rules will still be managed under the old rules, and we have at least 1 contract that lasts until 2044 that will be managed under the old rules. That's Park Advert, the energy from waste plant. Any framework that was let under the old rules is still valid. Frameworks can last for up to 4 years, and then you can grant contracts of a period of time underneath that framework. So for the next 4 years, we could be granting new contracts under the old rules. And therefore, as I say, the risk to the organisation of non-compliance with the new legislation, notwithstanding the slight delay, is minimal and minimised. So I'm conscious about time, Chair. They are important. It is an important document, but I don't want to say much more. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, call Councillor Hilary McGuill to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm raising my hand to recommend that the council adopt these amended CPRs. There's a lot of work gone into these, both by officers and members, and I think they're quite a good set of CPRs now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Crease.
I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure everyone understands that the items that were the monitoring officer has mentioned in relation to the threshold and the signatory required between 30,000 and 300. Both those items were put forward from the Constitution and Democratic Services. I think it was Councillor Parkhurst who mentioned both of those, and they were accepted, Cabinet, and recommended for inclusion. Thank you.
Going to
No
speak,
one
Chair.
online, Chair.
No one online either. So we move to the vote. It's been proposed and seconded. So maybe have a show of hands for this. All those in favour, please.
Well, that's certainly carried, Chair. So,
Any against? And any abstentions? No, that's carried.
thank you, Chair.
Yeah, over to Gareth for item 12.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Town and community review. I will just explain a little of the background so that members understand the importance, although forgive me if I am teaching you to suck eggs, because I'm sure many of you will know the position in relation to this. We are required once every 10 years to do a review of voting arrangements, electoral arrangements within town and community councils in our area. We can change ward boundaries, we can change boundaries inside towns and communities. We can't change external boundaries or merge town and community councils. However, in doing our own community review, we often highlight issues that can then be put forward to the Democracy and Boundary Commission, as it will be in the future, when they come to do their periodic electoral review in Flintshire, which will be after the 2027 elections. I'm pleased to say I did have a chat with them. I did have a chat with them at the recent WLGA conference. They've confirmed we're post 2027. Nevertheless, important that we do, because, you know, as development progresses, sometimes houses get built in a way that doesn't reflect lines on a map. And the electoral arrangements need to be simplified. We've got the timetable in front of us. We have actually already consulted your town and community councils, and we don't think there are many issues. However, notwithstanding that, that was an informal conversation with them. Notwithstanding that, I did ask, and Lynn kindly did agree, did change the timetable to allow town and community councils plenty of time after the summer recess, for those that don't manage to get this onto their agendas in July, for them to comment and respond. Because clearly this is a process that is done with them rather than to them. So the proposals are there, the timescale is there. We will consult, we will formulate proposals, consult again, bring it back. You will get to make the final vote. I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Biffle.
Yes, thank you. It's in relation to the timetable. I want to raise a question. You know, obviously this falls within the recess period to a certain extent for town councils and other bodies as well. I'm just wondering whether the timescale could be put back to enable those authorities to actually meet and discuss this in proper timescale. We've always avoided going out for public consultation during the holiday period, during the recess period, understandably so. And again, I'm just wondering whether that could be reconsidered, because I've heard what the Monitoring Officer said in relation to it gives sufficient time to town councils, but again, you know, some town councils don't meet until probably late in the month of September, for example, and I include my own town council, Mow Town Council, we meet on the last Wednesday of each month. So they could miss the timescales in that sense. Could we reconsider that? Would it have any huge impact on the whole process if that was to be pushed back perhaps a month in order to enable those authorities to meet and discuss it widely? Thank you.
The end of September, the 30th, if we were to say the 30th, add the extra 11 days. Yeah, okay, fine. So yes, we'll make that the 30th of September, Chair.
Councillor Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. With those amendments, I'd like to move the resolution, the report and resolutions within it.
Councillor Palmer.
Formally second.
And show of hands for all those in favour of that, please.
Okay. Yeah, that's carried, Chair.
Any against? And any abstentions? No?
Yeah. We do.
Yeah, we'll go on to agenda item 13. It's the Clwyd Pension Fund investment pooling implementation.
So, Chair, we've got Phil Latham, who will be known to some members. He is the Clwyd Pension Fund manager? Head of Clwyd Pension Fund. Sorry, give him his correct title.
Whilst Phil's taking his seat and getting prepared, I'll just give you a very short briefing. Phil, being the head of Clwyd Pension Funds, has far more experience in terms of pensions than I could possibly have. But I'll give you a bit of a high-level briefing. So the changes to the local government schemes in England and Wales have formed part of a UK government pension scheme fit for future consultation and seek to strengthen the management of the local government pension schemes investments in three key areas. Area one is reforming the local government pension schemes asset pool. Two is boosting local government pension schemes investment in their localities and regions in the UK. The third area is strengthening the governance of both local government pension schemes, administering authorities and local government pension scheme pools. The forthcoming bill will therefore change the way local government pension scheme investments are pooled and will require that all pools are fully operational Financial Conduct Authority regulated investment companies by the 31st of March 2026. The report covers the detailed arrangements, risks and approach to ensure progress is made to develop this new operating model and to establish an FCA authorised Wales Pension Partnership Investment Management Company. Now, at this point, I'm going to hand over to Phil, who will take you through some further detail and answer any questions you may have. Thank you, members.
Good afternoon, the members. If I could also just add to what the Chief Exec has just said, just about the national context of this as well. That you know, I'm really pleased. I'm sitting here today, and I'm not really talking about the merger of pension funds, because that was also on the government agenda at one point in time. So at least the Clwyd Pension Fund will still exist going forward, and we still have sovereignty of that pension fund. And I'm also very grateful as a lead officer of the fund that I'm not a lead officer of one of the funds now who doesn't have a pool, because not all the pools were agreed by the government. So I have colleagues now looking to find a new pool. And I think we're not in that position, thanks to a lot of hard work that's gone on by elected members and officers across Wales that have been involved in the pension fund. So if I can just go through some of the report with members. Yeah, sorry. So if I can just go through some of the reports with members. First of all, I'll take members back to 2017. I think I've got the year right. That's when the council agreed the inter-authority agreements with 7 other local government pension administrating authorities in Wales. And what this enabled us to do was pool at least some of our assets. And that's what became known as the Wales Pension Partnership. As the Chief Exec said now, the UK government now in the process via the Pensions Bill, legislation will follow that's mandating how this is going to operate. So for us to continue as a Wales Pension Partnership, as the Chief Exec said, we now need to build a regulated investment management company. And that's to provide us with both with advice and now to invest all, with the emphasis on all, our assets. And as the Chief Exec says, that needs to be done by March 2026. So a very short timetable, hence when you see the recommendation, you'll see delegation in those recommendations. But a reminder, this will be a wholly owned company by the 8 administrating authorities across Wales. We will be on the shareholder board of that. It's all equal votes, so an 8th in effect of that company. This has been considered by the Joint Governance Committee of the Wales Pension Partnership, and the chair of our committee also sits on that committee of the JGC as the chair of our Clwyd Pension Fund Committee, to be clear. And it's also been looked at by the Clwyd Pension Fund Committee itself here. Now, just for reasons outlined in the report, the Clwyd Pension Fund Committee is very supportive of the Wales Pension Partnership going forward, and hence the recommendations in the report, which are on page 191 and 192 of your pack. I'm focusing now on recommendations 2 to number 6 to enable this to continue. However, the Pension Fund Committee just wants to make it clear to Council and probably other stakeholders as well that they have reservations, not about pooling as such, but mandatory pooling, which the government is introducing. Now, members will see from the appendices that we have made this clear to government already in our response to the consultation. You will see we haven't agreed on all of the points, but the government now have come back to a response. It's in Appendix 2, our response to the consultation. The government's response is in Appendix 9. I didn't want to focus on this point, specific points, a little more. I'll take members to page 193, paragraph 101 in the background. I'll just read out the paragraph that's second to bottom. It says pooling can therefore often result in compromises being required in a number of areas, as different partner funds may have different objectives. And that's always been the case with pooling, whatever model we're using here. But the Clwyd Pension Fund wants to make it clear that we do have some requirements going forward as a pension fund for this new committee, for this new company. And I'll take members to, it's paragraph 104, but particularly the bullet points on page 196. There's 4 bullet points there. I will paraphrase them quickly. It's around the governance structure, but with scheme member representation, retaining our risk management framework, which is very important to us in terms of trying to control our cost to employers, the ability to implement our responsible investment policy, and ensuring that there's an appropriate geographical spread across Wales of any local investment. And then, as explained in paragraph 106 below there, that explains how there could be a route for our committee to ensure that at least our views are heard here. And as you can see, that also through paragraph 1.06, they will have final approval, subject to your agreement to these recommendations today. They will have final approval of the key documents. So where all these key considerations will be considered. And I think there's more detail in the joint report there. It's section 7, page 211. It's not an exhaustive list, but it's a list of the main things that we're going to be asking with your agreement, the Pension Fund Committee, to approve. So I appreciate there's a lot of detail. It's a very long report. I'm here today really to try to clarify and answer questions. I've tried in paragraph 108 to explain the appendices and what's covered in each of the appendices to help the best that I can with a lot of detail. Well, that's all I was planning to say by way of introduction. Like I say, happy to clarify anything or take questions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Chris Biffle.
Thank you, Chair. Could I formally move the recommendations appearing in the document? I don't know whether you wanted to read all the recommendations there. Can we take them as read? But I'll go along with what you suggest, Madam Chair. The matters have been fully discussed, really, both before I became chair by the previous committee, and I think we made our views known. It's a particular prospect which we didn't enter into lightly, obviously, and it is mandatory in terms of the pooling of the funds. But this is we're in a position now where we have to move forward in relation to this. So I formally move then on that the Flintshire County Council note the Pension Fund Committee has reservations around the mandatory pooling and does not consider the business case mandatory pooling of LGP's assets to be proven. Secondly, the Flintshire County Council note the Wales Pension Panel fit for purpose business case previously approved by the Pension Fund Committee. Third, that the Flintshire County Council approve the formation of a corporate entity wholly owned by WPP administrative authorities to be the Welsh Pooling Panel Management Company, and all other actions necessary to submit an application to the Financial Conduct Authority for the authorisation of WPP IMCO, including but not limited to the selection and recruitment of senior management function roles as required by the FCA, and the preparation and submission of the application to the FCA. Fourthly, that the Flintshire County Council approve the reviewed Welsh Pensions Panel business plan and budget for 2025 to 26, which includes design and enabling costs for Project Snowdon. The Flintshire County Council delegate to the head of the Clwyd Pension Fund, in consultation with the Pension Fund Chair, to progress Project Snowdon alongside WPP administrative authorities in line with the government timetable within the approved budget. And sixthly, that the Flintshire County Council delegates the final approval of the final formal documentation required for the WPP IM company to be operational, described as the go live work for the Pension Fund Committee to give effect to the WPP fit for purpose, fit for the future business case. I probably move, Madam Chair.
Councillor Jason Shawcross. Yeah, so it's been moved and seconded. We'll go straight to the vote. Oh. Yeah, Councillor Parr.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've been a member of the Clwyd Pension Fund Committee for a number of years and chaired it, and also the chair of the Joint Governance Committee. We are at a position where which is a lot better than what we anticipated in the beginning. So I've got no quarrel at all with supporting this. Thank you.
Are there no other speakers on that? Oh, we'll go to the vote then. All those in favour?
Carried, Chair.
Any against? And any abstentions? One abstention. Ian Hodge. Yeah, so
that was carried, Chair. There was
the item was carried. We're going to now go back to item number 10, which is the review of political balance.
So, Chair, I think Steve was originally intending to introduce this. Can't see him currently. Oh, there he is. But we need to distribute, don't we, an alternative version. Obviously, following this morning's decision, the allocations that are on the papers aren't possible. There will need to be an amendment moved, and Chair, somebody I'm sure will do that shortly. What the staff are just circulating around now is what we call a veto position. And I will explain the basis for this, though again, apologies if I'm teaching you to suck eggs. You will recall me saying on previous occasions that what we do with our personnel committees is we discount them in order that the allocation to small groups doesn't get eaten up on committees that don't meet very often. That is not in accordance with the strict rules of political balance. If anybody were to vote against, those that allocation couldn't stand. So what we have just got, what officers are just circulating around now for you is what we call the veto position. This is the assumption that if anybody, that somebody might vote against what is on the papers or what will be proposed, and that therefore you can see an allocation that is strictly in accordance with the rules and strictly in accordance with the numbers. What Mr. Goodrum has done is he has allocated seats on the basis of whole numbers first. If you've got an allocation of 1.45, you get 1 seat. He then goes through and looks at the partial entitlements. If there's an allocation of 1.45 and an allocation of 1.23, the 1.45 gets rounded up, the 1.23 gets rounded down. He has done it on that basis because of clearly as officers, that's all we can do. We can only work in accordance with the mathematics, and we can't do as we might do by agreement, reflect the wishes of you as members for which committees you serve on. We do it strictly in accordance with the maths. Now, it is lawful to do different allocations, and it is possible that other allocations might be moved as a suggested alternative to what we have just circulated round. But what we are putting round for you today is a possible alternative so that you as members have the options in front of you when you come to vote. Now, Chair, it may be that there are questions. It may be that people wish to move alternative versions of a veto allocation because, as I said, alternative veto allocations are possible. But this is a suggestion, Chair.
Have members online been sent an email with it?
Yes, Chair, they have.
Just check.
They actually had, the email went round about 5 minutes before we got to this item, Chair. So they've had slightly longer than those of you within the chamber to look at that because we were able to send it round to them without any disruption. Whereas, of course, as you've seen, people have just been walking around the chamber, which we didn't want to do whilst you as councillors were considering another item in the room.
Okay.
I'm happy to take any questions, Chair, but we need a proposition, Chair.
Yeah, we've got Councillor Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. The monitoring officer has explained this in far more greater detail and far greater eloquence than I could ever do. So formally, I'll just move the position he's put forward to members.
Second.
So, yes, just to say, there's no way I could repeat that eloquence and detail that the monitoring officer gave. So I'd just like to formally propose the motion stands of the political balance as he suggested.
But we've got 3 versions in front of us at the moment, Councillor Johnson, just so that we are clear. The one that the version that has just been circulated, is that what you're moving? So that document is headed 250702, today's date, 2nd of July 2025, veto allocation with JOSC. Speaker on.
It'd be helpful if we could have some version numbers as well, so avoid any clarifications. Thank you.
You're not the first person to say that to me this afternoon, Councillor Johnson.
Councillor McGill online.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity and to make sure that all members who are online have been able to access the new 2.7 veto, could it be put on the screen, please, so that we could read it as you see it as well? Just to check.
That may take us a couple of moments, Councillor McGuill.
Thank
when
you.
Steve busily forwards it to the people who are controlling the meeting.
Councillor Richard Jones, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to formally second the recommendation from Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Andrew Parkhurst.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I didn't understand much of what Councillor Johnson said, but I would like to put forward an amendment to what has been proposed, whatever that was, and I have a copy of it here if you would like it.
Chair, we have got paper copies of that. If you could just check with Steve, please, to make sure that he circulates the correct one, that would be appreciated, Councillor Parkhurst. Thank you very much.
Chair.
For you now.
Okay, Councillor McGuill.
Chair, is it possible for us to see this as well?
I'll certainly make sure that you
Thank you.
So, Chair, just for the purposes of narrative, so that people know where we are and what we're doing, I was given earlier a PDF version of what Councillor Parkhurst has just moved. I have sent that to all members on email. So you will have popping into your inbox an email from me saying amended PB. There's no text to it just to save time, but you will see a PDF attachment that includes the document that is now being circulated in paper format within the room. And there we go. We're just getting online what was, we're getting online the amendment. Now, this is the amended document. This is online, councillors, because, of course, when we have an amendment moved, we talk to the amendment. So I know, Hilary, you asked, sorry, Councillor McGuill, I know you asked to see what had been moved by Councillor Johnson, but because we've got an amendment, we talk to the amendment. So you've got a copy now of the amendment so that you can see and discuss that. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody.
Sorry?
Councillor Chris Dolphin.
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is what happens when you don't speak to your partners in the council. I propose that we reject what's just been handed out 30 seconds ago. It couldn't be any worse for our group. It certainly isn't anything, I don't even have to talk to them to know we can't fulfil some of these seats for various different reasons. So I would suggest go straight to a vote without debate to speed things up a little bit and reject it out of hand. Thank you.
So, Chair, what we've had there is the movement of a closure motion, and I'm just trying to find the bit of the relevant part of the Constitution, but from memory, it says that you can, if you think that this item has been discussed sufficiently, go straight to the vote. Councillor Dolphin was, of course, the first speaker, Chair.
Okay, we'll go straight to the vote then.
Okay. So, Chair, are you going to ask for all those
Is
in
this for
favour?
the amendment?
This is for this document.
My colleague, Councillor Coggins has his hand up and may wish to make a point.
So it's my view that the extended lunch break, everybody had a chance to discuss this a little bit more than we had. So we're going to just move straight to the vote, as I said. Of the amendment.
All those in favour? Yeah. So, Chair, councillors are voting on the amendment. They're voting on the document circulated as suggested by Councillor Parkhurst.
So those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands.
3, 4. Could you drop the table on? Thank you, yes. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Could we go to the second page, please, online? So that's 15 in favour, Chair.
And then those against the amendment, please raise your hand.
Oh, well, that's yeah. Okay. 1, 2. Right. That's 15 for and 35 against, Chair. Lost.
Nice. Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to move a further amendment. The Coalition have taken the opportunity offered to them by Councillor Parkhurst to make some amends for this morning's debacle and assign the CJC seat to an opposition group, notwithstanding this morning's performance. They've declined to take it. Such is their prerogative. I would at this point like to put on record my thanks for the moral courage shown by those members of the coalition who rebelled this morning. The further amendment that I would move to the political balance concerns exchanges from what has been circulated between Flintshire People's Voice, the Liberal Democrats, the True Independents and Councillor Ant Turton. It does not concern any of the coalition groups whose administrations will remain, whose allocations will remain unchanged from what they have moved. There is no reason for them to vote against this unless They wish to demonstrate some petty spite towards the opposition, which will, doubtless add to the case when the Welsh Minister is considering sending commissioners into this council. The changes specifically that I would make. Flintshire People's Voice will cede one governance and audit place and receive none on that committee. The Liberal Democrats will gain one governance and audit place, such that Councillor Parkhurst may continue his esteemed membership of that committee. In return, the Liberal Democrats will cede one licensing committee place to Flintshire People's Voice. Flintshire People's Voice will cede one seat on Community Housing and Assets Overview and Scrutiny Committee to the True Independents. The True Independents will therefore receive 2 seats on that committee. The True Independents will cede one seat on the Social and Health Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee to Councillor Ant Turton. Councillor Ant Turton will cede one seat on Corporate Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee to Flintshire People's Voice, who will receive a total of 2 seats on that committee. Those exchanges are the will of those groups concerned. All have been consulted and all have agreed. As I say, there is absolutely no impact on the coalition. So if they retain even a shred of basic decency, there is no reason for them to oppose it. And I look forward to that amendment being accepted by the proposers of the original motion.
Do we have any speakers to that amendment from Councillor Ibbotson?
So,
Can I just clarify? We've taken a vote on the veto position, and we're now being asked to amend the veto position that we went and voted on. Is that basically what? So,
Councillor Johnson. Chair, I can explain for procedural purposes where we are. We had a motion. There was an amendment. The amendment has been voted down. We have a second amendment. We are debating the second amendment. So Councillor Parkhurst was the first amendment. Councillor Ibbotson's is the second amendment. We are debating the second amendment that has been moved and seconded by Councillor Parkhurst. So it is a valid amendment. For the sake of clarity, Chair, I confirm that it's a lawful allocation. I should just, Chair, for the sake of fullness as well, ask the movers of the original motion whether they're happy to take it on board, which was the suggestion from Councillor Ibbotson that it should be dealt with by way of an alteration rather than as an amendment. And I look to the movers of the original motion to see whether they wish to take it on board. No, they don't, Chair. So, Chair, Councillor Lloyd has indicated to speak, Chair.
Councillor McGuill first indicated to speak, so we'll bring Hilary in now. Councillor McGuill.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, for clarity, for everybody within the chamber, the new proposal that was put forward by Councillor Parkhurst that only affected the Liberal Democrats, Flintshire People's Voice, Ant Turton, and the I've forgotten the other one now.
True Independents.
Yes, and the True Independents. It didn't affect any other group.
Councillor McGuill, the one error in what you said was to suggest that it was moved by Councillor Parkhurst. Councillor Parkhurst's amendment was voted down. It was moved by Councillor Ibbotson. Otherwise, you are correct.
Right. So there is no residual effect on the ruling group, on those who are within there, who have scrutiny chairs or have other responsibilities. There is no change there. Am I correct? Gareth.
All of the changes proposed
Yes.
by Councillor Ibbotson
Yes.
affect the groups that you have outlined. They don't affect anybody else. The reason I hesitated, Councillor McGuill, before answering is because I don't know how that compares to your current allocations.
No, okay, that's okay. I just wanted to get in my own mind that it was an agreement between those groups and not negatively affecting any other groups. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Lloyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, my hearing is very good. I did hear what Councillor Ibbotson said. And can we move to the vote for the amendment to the amendment, please? Thank you, Chair.
I've just got a couple more speakers on this and then happy to move to the vote. So Councillor Coggins-Cogan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've spoken to you, quite right, that during the lunch break, we did have a chance to have a chat with some people. So I spoke to 2 cabinet members about the fun and games we had this morning. They both expressed regret and were disappointed that, you know, relations between various groups have descended to a nadir again. They both told me, they looked in my eye and said, yes, we want to work with you. Yes, we don't want to have fun and games. We just had a proposal here that made no difference whatsoever to the administration groups behind me, and out of pure spite, they voted it down. Pure spite, they refused to accept it. There is no reason. They could have accepted it straight away. What I find amusing is that I misspoke with one word, and that's what they jump on, because they have zero integrity of their argument. They have no moral authority to make any rational argument. So instead, they jump on a mistake, a verbal version of a typo, and that's all they've got to hang on. These are the people who are running the county. They are running social services, parks, schools. Everything in this county is run by the people behind me, and yet they are so spiteful and small-minded, they will not allow opposition groups to arrange things how they want it to be. I am sticking to the point, and my point is pure anger and bloody-mindedness, because that's what we're getting from the administration groups behind. There is zero respect, zero respect. All they had to do was just accept it. It made not a jot of difference to them. But they can't do that for whatever reason, I don't know. But I sincerely hope in 2027, be quiet, in 2027, the electorate remember what they've got.
Councillor Ian Hodge, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't often speak. After all, I'm from the peanut balcony. But with regards to the opposition, it's a fallacy to suggest that this new Councillor Parkhurst does not affect anybody else. I haven't had chance to go through it properly, but if you look just for the Eagles, and I've only looked at the Eagles, according to the veto, we have 1 seat on environment and no seat on social. If you then go to Mr. Parkhurst's list, which doesn't affect us at all, you will find all of a sudden our seat has transpired to social and been removed from environment. So I'm sorry, Mr. Coggins-Cogan, Mr. Parkhurst, and all of you who've said it doesn't affect the other groups. It bloody well does. Thank you.
Chair, we have an amendment. It is a valid amendment. We need to be talking about the proposed allocation that was moved by Councillor Ibbotson. I understand why councillors might want to talk about earlier allocations, but if we are to get through the business, Chair, we need to be talking about the allocation that was moved by Councillor Ibbotson. Now, Chair, there were a couple of people who shouted points of order. I don't know whether...
Right, who first? Was it Councillor Ibbotson?
No, Councillor Ibbotson and Councillor Jones shouted.
Councillor Jones?
Yeah, I did mention a point of order. I think Councillor Coggins-Cogan should retract his swearing, which is what it was. I won't repeat it, but I think he should retract what he said in this chamber. I think it's not the way to act as a councillor.
Councillor Jones, I don't think that is a point of order. I'm advised it wasn't a point of order.
Okay.
So we're going to move to the vote for the amendment for Councillor Ibbetson's amendment. Councillor Ellis.
Sorry, I do think it needs explaining to people again, because it's obviously, it's not got, yeah, because and explain the amendments again, because unfortunately, Councillor Hodge has just got it completely wrong. So I'm concerned that if he doesn't know what he's voting on, there might be others as well.
Chair, I think I might have understood Councillor Hodge differently to Councillor Ellis. I don't think he had misunderstood what we are voting on now. He was responding to comments made by Councillor Coggins-Cogan and referring back to an earlier version of political balance that I think he wanted to comment on. So that members do know what they are voting on now, Chair. This is the amendment moved by Councillor Ibbetson and seconded by Councillor Parkhurst. A swap, the Flintshire People's Voice would have 1 seat on housing scrutiny, and the True Independents would have 2 seats on the Housing Scrutiny Committee. Flintshire People's Voice would have 2 seats on corporate resources, and the non-aligned group would have no seats on corporate resources. The True Independents would have no seats on environment and economy. The non-aligned would have 2 seats. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, I thought that was what was moved. So could Councillor Ibbetson in charge, do you think?
Yeah, I'll allow Councillor Ibbetson to summarise for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to be as clear as I possibly can. First of all, a simple, straight swap between Flintshire People's Voice and the Liberal Democrats. That's the easiest bit. Flintshire People's Voice gives up a governance and audit seat to the Lib Dems and gets a licensing seat from the Lib Dems. A simple one-way, two-way swap. The slightly more complicated bit is a second swap, which is a 3-way swap between Flintshire People's Voice, the True Independents, and Councillor Ant Turton. So Flintshire People's Voice forgoes one of its 2 seats on Community Housing and Assets Committee, and Flintshire People's Voice will have 1. The True Independents go up from 1 to 2 on that. So Flintshire People's Voice gives a housing seat to the True Independents. The True Independents give a social and healthcare seat to Ant Turton, and Ant Turton gives a cross seat to Flintshire People's Voice. So for absolute completeness, the changes to the version that has been moved by Councillor Johnson, if we look down the Flintshire People's Voice column first, it would read 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. The True Independents would read 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2. The Liberal Democrats would read 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And non-aligned, and I won't read out all of these. It's Councillor Ant Turton, basically where you've got an AT at the very top that moves down to social and health. If anybody doesn't understand that, I'm not sure how much clearer I can make it. You members will have heard me fail to say the words independent, Labour or Eagle in that. They are not affected in any way by this amendment. Councillor Parkhurst has been done. We are not voting on that. We are voting on those simple changes.
Thank you, Councillor Ibbetson, and well done with all them zeros. So we're going to move to the vote on the amendment now. So can I have a show of hands, please, for all those?
Did you want to go to the vote, Chair?
No, we'll go to the vote.
Right,
I'm going
okay.
to stick to what I said.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Go on then,
So
Chair.
we're going to move to, like I say, we're going to move to the vote on the amendment. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour of Councillor Ibbotson's amendment? Thank you.
6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, yes, thank you. You can go to the second screen. 19 in favour. Okay.
And a show of hands, please, for those who are against that amendment. Can we have some order, please?
9, so 9 on 9. Okay, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22. Are there any abstentions, Chair?
And abstentions, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Chair, that is 19 for, sorry, yes, 19 for, 22 against, and 7 abstentions. So that amendment is lost, Chair. So, Chair, the substantive motion remains the veto position as moved by Councillor Johnson, unless there are any further amendments, Chair.
Are there any further amendments? Move to the vote. I'm happy with that. Once again, can we have a show of hands for those in favour of Councillor Johnson's proposal, please?
So this is all those in favour of the paper that was moved by Councillor Johnson. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 12. 31 in the room. So I've counted in the room. I'll go online now. So that's 39 in favour. Against?
And those
Chair?
against, please.
4, 6, 8, 10. Any
And
abstentions,
again,
Chair?
just for clarity, any abstentions, please?
So 39 for, 11 against. The veto position, Chair, is carried.
That's that, is it?
So, Chair, that I think brings us round to agenda item 14, schedule of remuneration.
Thank you very much.
Which is Mr. Goodwin.
This is Mr. Goodwin. He's over there, isn't he? So that does bring us to item number 14, and that's the schedule of remuneration. And can we get on item number 14, schedule of remuneration? And this is Mr. Goodrum to report.
Thank you, Chair. This report is a report we bring to Council each year as a requirement of the now defunct Independent Remuneration Panel for Wales, which has become the Democratic and Boundary Commission Cymru. We have to produce an annual schedule of the remuneration that's paid to all elected members, and that is included at Appendix 1. I should draw members' attention to a typing error on page 389 of the report, which has incorrectly named Councillor Mike Pears as the Chair of Licensing Committee, and that should read Councillor Rob Davis. So I do apologise to both members for that oversight there. I'm happy to take any questions on the report, Chair.
Councillor Parkhurst.
Thank you. Yep. Chair, on page 387 of the report, it says that a senior salary is paid to the chair of the Clwyd Pension Fund Committee, Councillor Chris Biffle, The payment is at the council's discretion and is outside the remit of the independent remuneration panel for Wales, which is why it is not shown in the table above. For the sake of transparency and so that we in this chamber and the public at large know, can you advise, please, what senior salary is paid to the chair of the Clwyd Pension Committee? Thank you.
Chair, is the same rate as a chair of a committee of council, so it's the 29,657 £29,657 per annum, which is inclusive of the members' allowance, and that is actually paid by the Clwyd Pension Fund directly. So that's why we don't account it as one of ours.
Chair, we have a prescribed format for these schedules. They're prescribed for us formerly by the RPW and now by the Democracy and Boundary Commission. If it's permissible within the format, and I doubt it is, otherwise Steve would have included it, I'm happy to give a commitment that we could include that within there and put an indication that this is paid for by the Clwyd Pension Fund, because that's the source of the funding. It isn't the county council paying, it's actually the Clwyd Pension Fund that's paying Councillor Bithell. And we maybe have a chat with the DBC and see whether we could include that, because it would be more transparent.
Councillor Hilary McGuill.
I'm happy to move this. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I'd like to second this, but with the proviso of my usual comments to the independent panel. Thank you.
So, Councillor Mike Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Democratic Services Manager pointed out an error on line 18 on page 389. I wasn't mentioned in credit for spotting that, but it was me who alerted the council. Can I ask that the papers that's publicly on the council website has been corrected for the record? An observation, this is a personal observation by me, and I was wondering whether the cost of the leader of the council plus one deputy amounting to 110,000 per annum is good value. That's just an observation that I will look at and consider in due course after what we have witnessed today. But I will leave it just as the positions. I'm not mentioning any names. And on page 391, we look at mobile phones provided to cabinet members. Is it possible to determine the value of that in monetary terms? Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, and I do apologise, Councillor Bays, I didn't acknowledge your spotting of that error, so I'd give you the credit for that. Thank you. The report, the schedule hasn't been published as yet because it has to come to council for rubber stamping on approval first. So once that has been obtained, then it will be amended and updated on the website accordingly for you for that regard. In terms of mobile phones, there are some legacy ones I understand that still exist, but the majority are now included within the allowance that is paid to members as part of that they can entitled to claim for the broadband and phone allowances. So, yeah.
And we'll get the figure, Chair, and we'll publish what the figure is.
Councillor Chris Biffle.
I'd just like to thank Councillor Parkers for asking the question regarding the numeration for the chair of the Pension Fund Committee. I now hold that post and I didn't know. So I had it down as a question myself really as well. So thank you for that. And I presume the previous chair is getting the same remuneration as well. Okay, thank you very much for that.
No more speakers on that then, so we've had the mover and seconder, and we'll take a show of hands, please.
Clearly carried, Chair.
Just for clarity, anybody against? And any abstentions? No.
Councillor Pearce is down there.
Item number 15, petitions received at council, and this. for you,
again, Chair. Thank you, Chair. This is a report that we're required to bring to council every year to report on petitions that have been received at council. Members will note in paragraph 101 that it states that it's the detail of petitions that members submit at council. So it doesn't include any petitions that are submitted outside of that process. What we will look to do is ensure that those are captured and incorporated in future reports to make sure that there's a full record of all petitions that the council do receive and what actions are taken from them. What we're also going to look to do, if with council's agreement, and is to look at bring an interim report. So it's like a 6-monthly update report to ensure that the members are kept fully informed of the progress of petitions. But the bulk, the paragraph 102 lists all the petitions that were submitted at council over the last 12 months. And it also includes ones that were submitted in the year before that have not yet been fully resolved. So they are listed there with the responses from the portfolios. There are still some ongoing with works that need to be undertaken, as they will stay within the report until that is concluded, whatever that may be. And I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Councillor Hilary McGuill, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move this, and I'm more than pleased that we're going to have more frequent updates. Thank you.
Councillor Sean Bibby.
Formally second, Madam Chair.
Anyone want to speak? No, let's go to the vote then. Show of hands, please.
It's unanimous in the room, Chair, so it's carried.
And just for clarity, those against? And any abstentions? That takes us on to agenda item number 16. That's the amendments of cabinet member positions or titles. Councillor Dave Hughes.
So, Chair, before Councillor Hughes takes his seat, I'll just explain that we have a strong leader model. The leader is entitled to choose who he wants in his cabinet and what their responsibilities are. Should he make any changes to that, he needs to report them to the next available council meeting. Changes took place, and this is the next available council meeting. So there you are, Chair. I've paused long enough. Councillor Hughes can take his seat.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will circulate those to all the members of the changes. Thank you.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that the Constitution requires that they be reported to a council meeting, not just to councillors in writing afterwards. Could the leader of the council please report what the changes are to the meeting?
Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I'm happy to do that at another time. I haven't got them with me at the moment, got all the changes we have made for the. Have we gone there, Rich?
Yep, there we go.
Yeah. This has been circulated with all the changes on.
Just read the top. Just read the top out. Just read the top. Just read the top. Let's go to the top of each one.
Councillor Palmer will have highways, assets and public protection. Councillor Maradis-Wood will have education, Welsh language, culture and leisure. Councillor Christine Jones will have social services and wellbeing. Councillor Helen Brown will have housing and communities. Councillor Paul Johnson will have finance and social value.
Councillor Richard Jones will have transformation, growth and place. Councillor Linda Thomas will have customer and corporate services. Councillor Christopher will have environment, regeneration, countryside and tourism. And Councillor Greenbanks will have waste and transportation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So, agenda item 17, notice of motion. And you'll notice that I have a notice of motion, so I'll start. Addressing the growing emergency of ketamine addiction among young people in Flintshire. This council notes with deep concern the increase in use and addiction to ketamine among young people across Flintshire. This dangerous trend is putting the health, well-being and future of our youth at serious risk and demands urgent attention and coordinated action. Ketamine misuse can lead to severe mental and physical health issues, including long-term bladder and kidney damage, depression, cognitive impairment and addiction. Reports from local communities, schools and healthcare professionals indicate a rising prevalence of ketamine use amongst teenagers, often undetected until serious harm has occurred. In fact, I think they present themselves at A&E and by the time they're seen, they sometimes just walk off. So it's not an accurate recording of all of these cases. The council recognises that there is a great deal of work that is currently being undertaken in Flintshire and across the region, and commends the work of Flintshire County Council officers, including the Youth Service and Flintshire Sorted, involving in driving and leading the current initiatives of this area. This is not something that's on the horizon, it is happening and it's hitting Flintshire hard. It's easy to get hold of, you can order it online. It gets delivered straight to the door, just as easy as getting a takeaway. It's cheap, it's potent, and young people are falling into what is known as a K-hole. It's dangerous, disassociative, it leaves you numb, confused, and in many cases, permanently damaged. And it's not just the children that are suffering, it's the school staff, it's the parents, it's the children around the children that are taking it. So, the notice of motion is, this council therefore resolves to formally request that Betsy Cadwalder University Health Board provide a detailed report to Flintshire County Council on the current levels of ketamine-related admissions and treatment among young people, along with their strategy to address this growing problem. 2, continue with and strengthen the engagement with all secondary schools in Flintshire to raise awareness about the dangers of ketamine and to ensure that effective drug education, early intervention strategies and safeguarding policies are in place. 3, recognise the cross-sector working group that exists in Flintshire and across the region, but strengthen this to ensure that all parties, including representatives from BCU, HB, local education leaders, substance misuse services, youth workers, parents and young people themselves to develop a coordinated response plan and to explore targeted education campaigns and support services. And 4, lobby the Welsh Government to prioritise youth substance misuse in its public health agenda and to provide additional resources for prevention and early intervention services within Flintshire. This motion seeks to protect the health and future of our young people by taking a proactive and compassionate approach to this growing crisis, and the time to act is now. Councillor Gladys Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seconded this because I think these are affecting all our young people, and we have to look after the people, young people of Flintshire. As you have heard, all the implications and medical problems. As well, I want to say we need parental caregivers support in this. Early intervention, training for frontline workers as well. And as you've heard, Betsy Cadwallader should tell us the numbers. Betsy Cadwallader to give us the numbers as well. I would like us to go a bit further. I ask this council to lobby Westminster. This ketamine is not a class A drug. We want this drug to be put in a class A because it's cheap. They can get it off the net. They can buy it. Children can buy it for their pocket money. So this class A, it should be a class A drug as well. The government should step up, and the police. We need the police to have more training as well, and testing and monitoring to bring this to peer and peer support, aftercare. There should be more aftercare. Not only this, our young people are suffering with this drug. I mean, incontinence. They have ileostomy bags because of urine incontinence. This has to stop. And I urge us to lobby Westminster to get this drug as a class A drug, please. Thank you very much.
Councillor David Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. So echoing what Councillor Healy has said, the issues of incontinence, they can start right from the very first time someone takes it recreationally. I've witnessed 17-year-olds who are now incontinent for life after taking one instance of this drug, which, you know, I think has a devastating and lifelong impact. I am rising mostly to propose an amendment. I suspect it's going to be dismissed out of hand, but I'm going to make the recommendation anyway. Betsy Cadwallader is offering training sessions to primary care practitioners. However, they are woefully attended by primary care. So I would add a 1A, which is that we write to GP practices within Flintshire, urging them to recognise this growing issue and for them to engage with Betsy's training sessions. I can see that you're nodding, and if Councillor Healy is prepared to accept the alteration, that would be good, as I suspect the tenor of the chamber means that if it were to go to an amendment, it would just be rejected for reasons other than the merits of the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cogan. Yes, I'm happy to accept that. Councillor Healy?
I'm very happy to accept that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fran Lister.
So as a school teacher, I see daily the impact of substance misuse can have on our pupils' education, wellbeing and futures. And ketamine misuse is not a distant problem. It's one I've experienced very recently, and it's affecting our children right here, disrupting their ability to attend school, concentrate in class and stay on a positive path. So I fully support this motion, and thank you, Mel, for bringing it to the council.
As there are no other speakers, we'll move straight to the vote, and please. All those in favour of this notice of motion?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Deep breath.
Breathe into the count of 4, breathe out to the count of 4, Chair. So, next. I think it's Simon Jones, yes, Councillor Simon Jones, and suggesting that we do testing for
Yeah.
PSA.
So we go on to the next notice of motion, and that's being brought by Councillor Simon Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to bring forward a notice of motion that I believe could have a life-changing and life-saving impact on men across Wales. I want to speak briefly but urgently about something that affects thousands of men and families across our country every year. That is prostate cancer. It is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among men, and yet we still don't have a national screening programme. Here in Wales, we are proud of our commitment to public health, but right now we are missing a vital opportunity to save lives. That opportunity is a national active PSA screening programme for prostate cancer. The statistics speak for themselves. When prostate cancer is caught early at stage 1 or 2, when it's still contained within the prostate, the 5-year rate of survival is almost 100%. That early detection gives men the best possible chance not just to survive, but to live full and healthy lives. Even at stage 3, when the cancer started to break through the prostate, survival remains around 95%. But when diagnosis comes too late, when the cancer has already spread to other organs or distant parts of the bodies, the 5-year rate falls to around 30%. That's 2 in 3 men, your brothers, your husbands, your fathers and your sons. There is no national screening programme in Wales. Men are not routinely offered a PSA test. Too often they are diagnosed only after symptoms appear when they are in stage 4. Chair, this is not about overdiagnosis or fear-mongering. It is about giving men and their doctors the choice, backed by proper information, to take early action. Other countries are already leading the way with structured screenings. Wales should not be left behind. So today I ask the Council to support a motion calling on the Welsh Government to introduce an active PSA screening programme for prostate cancer at age 50. A programme that can detect cancer earlier, treat it more effectively and most importantly save lives. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Dave Healy.
Thank you, Chair, and I commend Councillor Simon Jones for bringing this important motion to our attention. Certainly, the issue of prostate cancer is something that deserves a high profile, and I certainly hope that Welsh Government does follow on from our advice and our urging to do something about this. Early detection is all important and saves lives. The procedure is relatively simple and non-invasive, but if this cancer is left, then more treatment options are necessary. These can be invasive and expensive. And of course, the position of the patient can deteriorate so much that it's not as effective. And so, all in all, I would urge that we do support this motion and the Welsh Government does take our advice. Thank you.
Councillor Bill Crease.
Thank you, Chair. I've come to speak on this motion and in support of it. At 63 years of old, I was diagnosed with a stage 3 prostate cancer. My prostate was removed and it was established that the cancer had exited the capsule, and as such I would then require radiotherapy when it was fit enough. So 12 months after surgery, I underwent radiotherapy, effectively microwaving my bladder and my bowel. The good news is I'm past the 5-year, I'm on 7 years, and I have every intention of going on for a lot longer. However, my consultant, my oncologist, told me that it's likely I developed prostate cancer at the age of 44 or 45. If I had been tested at 50 and the PSA test had shown, it's likely I could have had light dosage radiotherapy over 20 days. which would have eradicated the cancer. That would have cost the health service something like £12,000. My surgery, my subsequent radiotherapy, and the drug regime I'm on for the rest of my life currently has cost the health service in excess of £500,000. It would be far more sensible, far more effective, and far more cost effective if proactive PSA testing at 50 was introduced. Thank you.
Councillor Ted Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I stand to support this as well. I was referred to urology because I had a kidney stone, which they found out by accident. And when I went there, the consultant said, while you're here, we may as well check your waterworks. And I had a PSA there. And consequently, I've had 4 biopsies. They say 2 non-invasive and 2 invasive. I can confirm that they're all invasive. So I support this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Alistair Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful to the proposer of this motion for bringing it today, and I rise to move an amendment. I have given notice to the proposer of this motion in advance of the meeting as a courtesy, with the old-fashioned notions of cooperation and decency. It is to insert at the end of the first paragraph, after the words "the age of 50", an additional few words, and to allocate appropriate additional resources to the NHS to deliver this. Unfortunately, we live in an age where our health service is grotesquely underfunded, and delivering this programme will require additional resourcing. It will require additional health professionals to carry this out. The option is that those are diverted from other forms of treatment, leaving people potentially without treatment, which is something that none of us would wish to see. So clearly our health service needs additional resourcing to deliver the services that we all depend on. And I'm sure that nobody in this chamber would disagree with that today. We want to see this delivered, and we want to see it without detriment to any other patients, because we all deserve a gold standard health service. We all deserve the very best in treatment. And so I hope that this will be accepted by the mover and seconder of the motion. I'm getting nods, which is very encouraging, and I thank them for their cooperation on this point.
Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion as well. But I would like, if possible, if we could add, when we write to the First Minister of Wales, to ask for this test to be included, very much like the bowel testing for the over 50s, very much like the breast testing, very much like the cervical testing that actually takes place as an option when you reach the age of 50. Obviously, the last 2 are in women, but the bowel test goes to everyone. And it saves lives, and this should be treated in the same way. So if we could ask if that screening could be included, as it is for the tests that I've mentioned. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Right, before we move on with the next speakers, I just want to confirm with the proposer and the seconder, are you happy with Councillor Ibbotson's suggestion with the addition there?
I'm happy with Councillor Ibbotson's suggestions, yes. I would also like to clarify, I think I'm being asked there for the same thing as the motion is actually asking itself. The idea of the motion is that a proactive invitation goes to men at age 50. So they will get a letter in the post saying that your prostate test is now due. My feeling behind this is most men tend to shy away from health, but if a letter drops on the doormat, they'll probably do something about it. If they have to get up themselves and arrange it, then probably nothing will happen. So I am I am happy to agree. We're asking for the same thing here.
Councillor Healy.
Likewise, Chair, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
So, Councillor Ellis, is that satisfactory to yourself as well? Councillor Richard Lloyd, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to support this notice of motion and any amendment of what's added to it. I think it's very important. As we all know, this is brought to the attention nationally by Sir Chris Hoy, who developed prostate cancer. I must admit, obviously, I'm just over the age of 50. No comments, thank you. But I find you don't get reminded for a PSA test even when you're over 50. I, in fact, have had to ask even now to have a test. So you don't get a letter through the post to remind you, like the bowel test, like Councillor said. You know, and I think it's important that is clarified that they should get a reminder over the age of 50. So I'm also pleased that Councillor Bill Crease has made a recovery and wish him well as well. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Not half as pleased with my wife and kids are.
Chair, I think the position is that if you are over 50 and you are male, you can ask for a test and you can get one from your doctor. Anyway, I appreciate that you have to ask, and I appreciate the intention behind the screening, but perhaps we could also here and now encourage people that whilst Welsh Government think about this, that if you are male and you are over 50, that you do approach, and you haven't yet had a test, that you do approach your doctor and ask for a test whilst they introduce or consider introducing the screening programme that's proposed.
That's a very good suggestion.
I must admit, I was in the pharmacy yesterday, and I don't know whether these work, but I actually saw a test, a PSA test, which you could pick up. But I don't know whether it's worth looking at. Obviously, well, it might be a blood test, but I didn't open the box. But there was a box there, like a COVID test. There was a test for PSA. I don't know whether anybody else has seen that, but he was there.
Councillor Jeff Collett online, please.
Thank you very much. I would just like to support this proposal. Approximately 8 years ago, we at Mold Town Council ran a charity event where we raised money at the beer festival, and we put a voluntary clinic on for a PSA testing. We had approximately 60 people attending, and of those 60 people, there was approximately 10% of them, 6 people, had a problem, and that problem was followed up, and those people's lives were saved by that. So I think it's very important that we pursue this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and well done to Mold Town Council for putting that on. Councillor Gladys Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, we say at the age of 50, but as we know,
Well, that was, I couldn't hear what was going on. That was horrible. Did it?
I could hear you and I could hear that. They were still talking on something else. It's not all, not live.
Thank you, Chair. All I want to say is I support this wholeheartedly, but this test should not stop when you're in your 60s. It should go on because, as we know, ladies' tests finish when they're over 60. And although you can go ask your doctor, but sometimes you have to pay for it. So I think for prostate, it should go beyond 60s because we know it happens even beyond 60s. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Christine first. Councillor Christine Jones, and then Councillor Paul Cunningham, and then we'll move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Dale. Yeah, just really quickly, if you've got symptoms, go to your GP and you ask for a test. Simple as that. Whatever age, if you've got symptoms and you think you might have prostate cancer, you go to your GP and you ask and you get one. They won't usually do one if you haven't got symptoms. They may charge you. It may have to be done privately. But if you've got symptoms, your GP will do it. So if any man does have symptoms, please go and get tested. Simple test, easy to do. But do advise anybody to go and be tested if they've got any of the symptoms.
Councillor Jones, can you just specify what the symptoms are, please, just in case nobody is aware?
You want me to bring my nursing into this now, do you? Okay, my very first ward actually was the prostate ward, Ward 11 at Chester Royal Infirmary. So I was thrown in at the deep end, shall we say, with prostate care. And it was a lovely ward to work on. It was really nice. And the symptoms were there every day with me. So I've got them embedded in my head. It's mainly waking up at night and wanting to go to the toilet. If you've got frequency wanting to go to the toilet, so have a wee. And it's getting more and more frequent. You know, first couple of days you probably think it might be just a little infection, you drank too much, but if it becomes permanent, you know, it's happening every night for long periods, please go and get checked, because really that is the only symptom that highlights prostate cancer. And, you know, that is the one thing that men have to watch: frequency and urgency of urination.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. And the last speaker to this. Last speaker, Councillor Paul Cunningham, and I know that you can't stand, so you have permission to sit, Paul.
Sure, Cadeirydd. Flinton District Lions for many years have been doing the same sort of thing as Mold Town Council did years ago. They offer the testing for men over 50. But I mean, the simple thing is, you can ask your doctor and they will send you for a blood test, a PSA blood test. And if the results come back to a certain level, then you will go to phase 2, which I won't explain because it's rather delicate. But men can have them regularly. I am now nearly 8, I was 79 in April, and I regularly have PSA checks. And I think I support what they've said. And likewise, I think, Madam Chair, women should be checked regularly for their breasts, you know, have breast tests. They, at a certain age, they stop doing it. But I support the motion of notice for testing for men.
I will finally go to Councillor Simon Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank members for their support today. Passing this motion would be a step towards Wales once again leading the UK in an important screening programme, just like they did with bowel cancer. Currently, unlike with women's cancers, there is no national screening programme for the most common form of cancer in men. In fact, not only is there no national programme, but men can also be refused a test by their doctor if symptoms are not being presented. Men's health is currently at the mercy of the opinion of an individual GP. I myself am one of the lucky ones. I recently visited my GP for a routine blood test following a chest infection. While I was there, she said to me, "We've never done a PSA test, shall we do one?" I'm fortunate to have a good doctor. It turned out I had an elevated PSA, which then started a chain of further investigations. I had no symptoms. Had my doctor not suggested the test because I was over 50, this would have gone unnoticed. Thankfully, I am cancer-free. I want to remind you of the importance of early diagnosis. 100% of men will live through stage 1 and 2 for 5 years. 95% of men will live through stage 3. However, 2/3 will die if it gets to stage 4. I urge members to vote in favour of this motion, and let's take the first step towards saving thousands of lives.
So we will move to the vote now for a show of hands for all those in favour of this notice of motion.
That's everybody in the room. That's unanimous, Chair.
That's clearly unanimous. Right.
So the next notice of motion, Chair, is from Councillor Banks. He indicated that he wanted to withdraw, to defer it, didn't he?
Yeah, so Councillor Glyn Banks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of words on this. I would like to say these two notices of motions that have just been were excellent and absolute great use of the notice of motion, and it was a pleasure to support both of them. On this one, due to the concessions that have been made, and well, I've got to say the great work done by some of the rebels who forced some concessions on it, we've decided to defer this. But just to take a moment of your time to just say that Councillor Helen Brown and myself will be bringing a future notice of motion about male suicide, because same as with the health one, the Simon's gone now, but males don't talk enough, do they? And you know, they're all linked together, all these male health issues. Thank you, Chair.
That brings us on to the notice of motion from Councillor Ibbotson.
Thanks. Yeah, and so the next notice of motion is submitted by Councillor Ibbotson. Councillor Swash, then. I don't think it's.
Not that one.
Councillor Biffle.
It's the.
Sorry, it's the scrutiny of Flintshire finances, this one. So, Councillor Swash.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to propose this motion because I and Flintshire People's Voice believe that good governance begins with good scrutiny. And right now, Audit Wales has made it clear that Flintshire is falling short of that standard when it comes to our financial sustainability. The Audit Wales findings are a wake-up call, a sounding of the alarm, and that should concern every councillor here, whether you sit in the coalition or in opposition. And yet instead of reacting to this by seeking to strengthen scrutiny, the response we've seen has been the opposite, an attempt to narrow scrutiny and to limit questioning from members. Scrutiny and questioning that is essential to holding this council to account on how it spends public money. This motion simply calls for a practical, proportionate and constructive solution. Flintshire People's Voice is proposing the creation of a dedicated, politically balanced finance panel that would meet monthly to scrutinise the council's financial reports in detail. This will free up the Corporate Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee to focus on the broader strategic picture, as Audit Wales has recommended, whilst ensuring that no stone is left unturned when it comes to the finer financial detail. A dedicated finance panel would strengthen scrutiny, and it would ensure the right questions are asked by the right people in the right forum. Fundamentally, this is about transparency, it's about accountability, and it's about making sure that every pound of public money is properly accounted for. That is something I hope we can all agree on, and in that spirit, I urge members to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Caroline, please.
Thank you, Chair. I strongly support this motion. At a time when public trust in institutions is under pressure and local authorities face unprecedented financial challenges, it is important that ever that we demonstrate clear transparency and robust and financial oversight. This panel will do this. By dedicating a group of members solely to scrutinise the council's finances in depth, we are committing to accountability, not just in principle, but in practice. That is not about political parties. It is about protecting public money
and ensuring the best possible use of every penny. A politically balanced panel ensures that no party dominates the process, that balance will foster and be rigid cross-party scrutiny and constructive and challenging. It will encourage, it will enforce discussion and lead to better decisions. I could go on with this because this is something that we need to be doing. It is due diligence that we need to put into place. And that is why I'm seconding this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Johnson. Councillor Johnson, can I just ask you to speak closer to the mic because I am having trouble as well. Sorry.
No problem, Chair. Right, I'd just like to thank the mover and the seconder for the motion. The issues that were raised are of the greatest importance. And how we do that is also of the greatest importance. But as both the mover and the seconder will be aware, the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee is carrying out a very thorough review of the Constitution and looking at the way we do things and how we can do things better. Members were invited prior to the last meeting of the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee, and subsequently members who attended that committee were also invited to submit ideas to be considered to improve the way that this council goes and works. Without being for or against the suggestion, I believe that the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee is the best place that we discuss this rather innovative, perhaps Doge-inspired innovation. Consequently, I will propose that under where it goes and says Flintshire resolves, we basically go and say, I'm going to find wording for it in a second. We basically go and add to the first point under Flintshire resolves, to note description of the proposed committee in the Flintshire resolves section, but to refer these proposals to the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee as part of the constitutional review, and that these proposals are placed into their agreed work programme. I feel that this council has a duty to look at all proposals, and I think that, as has been stressed so far, Constitution and Democratic Services Committee is a very strong committee. It has its own mind, which it will rigorously look at suggestions, and I really feel that is the best place for it to go. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that amendment, Chair? Before we, Chair, we need to establish whether there's a seconder, because if there is a seconder, then we will debate the amendment. Okay, that's been seconded by Councillor Bithell. Yes, Chair, your question was then whether the original mover and seconder would accept that as an alteration or not.
No, I can see
Nope.
they're indicating no.
So, Chair, then we debate the amendment.
Okay, so anybody like to speak on the amendment, which is Councillor Carol Ellis first?
If it wasn't so serious, it would be quite funny, because that's the cabinet member has just gone completely against what he said this morning. There was a recommendation that came from that scrutiny committee, and it was ignored and voted down. Do you know, it's really shameful. I'm ashamed to stand here and actually be included with this circus, because that's what it is at the moment, a circus.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councillor Ellis. I think it's important to note a couple of things. First of all, that this motion comes in response to, first and foremost, legitimate criticism of this council's processes by Audit Wales. Now, that criticism from Audit Wales has been very constructive, and it is an opportunity for us to work better as a council to ensure that public money is spent in the best possible way, that there is full scrutiny of that, and that all members, and by extension the public, can have confidence that things are running properly. Audit Wales has made critical comments regarding the financial sustainability of every council in Wales. We know we're not alone in this. Local government faces a very tough time, and there is a clear need to act urgently to address these problems. I don't think anybody in this chamber, members or officers, would disagree with that analysis. We've been banging on about this for years. The suggestion, therefore, that we ought to kick this into the long grass by referring it to other committees is not particularly helpful. Further, by referring it to Constitution and Democratic Services Committee, it is worth noting that that committee itself does not have the power to establish a panel of the full council. So it would have to come back here anyway. The only purpose is to delay it. So we have to have this discussion twice at full council instead of once. There is the opportunity here, an olive branch, despite everything that has happened today, that is being offered by the opposition to the coalition. For goodness sake, for the sake of everybody in Flintshire, take it. Today, we can vote on this motion with total unanimity that we will scrutinise Flintshire's finances properly, that we will take on board what Audit Wales have said about concurrently the need to ensure detailed scrutiny without getting bogged down in the small details whilst missing the bigger picture, which are criticisms levelled at both Governance and Audit Committee and Corporate Resources Review and Scrutiny Committee, criticisms which are, entirely legitimate. And again, I don't think any member of Corporate Resources Review and Scrutiny Committee looks at those and doesn't recognise the functioning of the committee in what Audit Wales says. There's a solution here which gets us out of this pickle. We can take it. Or we can boot it into the long grass, essentially trying to do nothing whilst Flintshire continues to have very, very poor financial sustainability in common with councils across Wales. Don't let's make the mistakes that could put us from our current position into one in danger of issuing a Section 114 notice. Join with Flintshire People's Voice and let's be sensible.
Councillor Hilary McGuill online, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thank Councillor Ibbotson for bringing this forward. And I think that despite what has been said within the chamber today, I think it is part of the Constitution Committee to have a good look at this and a very open look at this. Yes, we should be scrutinising Flintshire's finances more thoroughly. So I think I would like to recommend that this goes to the Constitution Committee for a thorough look at and brought back after we have come up with proposals. Maybe it shouldn't be 12, maybe it should be less, and bring it back for approval straight away. Not rushed through like this. Thank you.
Councillor Ted Palmer, please.
But Chair, I think rather than get into amendments on amendments, I would suggest that Council just takes Councillor McGuill's comments as endorsing Councillor Johnson's amendment. She's talking about the same thing. We've already got an amendment to that effect on the table. So if we could take it as endorsement, that just simplifies procedures for us.
Okay. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. That was very fast service. I wasn't expecting to speak so quickly. Just say that I along with Councillor Ellis, I do find that there are inconsistencies in the application of logic and reason. At the last meeting, a brand new committee was thrust upon us with no notice whatsoever that we were all bounced into accepting. There was no discussion then that this new committee should go via the Constitution Committee and have a discussion and a working group and formal proposals being brought back to this committee, to this council. The administration's view was that we vote on it now and we vote on it straight away and then we get it set up. And then also we, engineer it in a way that excludes further opposition voices. I see very little difference between that and the proposal in front of us today. As a member of the Cross Committee on a separate issue, I do think Cross looks at finances in too much detail. So if this new Finance Committee wants to look at the detail and minutiae of things, then have at it. I think Cross has needs to allocate its time more sensibly, which is not a criticism of the chair of CROSC. He does his best, but we do get sidetracked down certain warrants, and I think it would make sense to perhaps split the role so CROSC can concentrate on the overall strategic financial aims of the council. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bill Crease, please.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, as Chair of CROSC, people will say I've got a vested interest in this, and to the extent I have. Chairing that committee on occasions becomes very difficult because people want to discuss in detail the detail. And there is so much comes across the desk in CROSC that I can actually see justification for considering amending the process. I'm also not, and I also don't have a reputation for being someone who takes an awful lot of time to make decisions. I tend to do things as my gut feels. And my gut feels that this should go to Constitution. This should have a broad discussion, but with a very tight timescale. We are facing difficult financial times, which are not going to get any easier. And having complete, detailed scrutiny of what goes on needs to happen. I have concerns initially, and one of my concerns is the additional officer time that will be taken to produce financial reports in support of this committee, proposed committee, and take forward what's being suggested. I think we need to carefully consider the remit of this committee, and I do see cause for it to be considered and to be considered carefully. However, it needs to be a detailed consideration. We need to get it right, but it needs to happen quickly. We don't want, and I certainly don't want, to throw it into the long grass. I would much rather see the work of the Corporate Resources Committee being tidied up and streamlined. And if that means we have another committee, then I'm happy to discuss it. But it can't be done as a knee-jerk reaction. Let's get it to Constitution. Let's everybody have input. Let's have proper discussion, proper debate, and let's get it done properly. Thank you.
Councillor Dan Rose.
Very briefly, can I suggest we have a recorded vote on this?
Yeah, get his hand up. There's two people with their hands up, Gillian and Councillor Richard.
Is this for the recorded, to show support for the recorded vote? Yeah, Councillor Broccoli.
Okay.
And okay.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah, there's enough people for that.
On amendments?
Yeah. The mover of the original motion gets the right of reply on the amendment. So I believe that's Councillor Sam Swash.
There's not a great deal to add other than that, you know, this is the third time I think that the coalition have made the suggestion of moving something to another committee because they know it's much easier to defeat there without the eyes of full council or residents on them, and I'm sure that's the plan. So I'd say that to members before they vote. Apart from that, I think everything's been covered.
So, Chair, let's go back to alphabetical order rather than reverse alphabetical order. And I will clarify, Chair, what people are voting on. So, What you are voting on, councillors, is to refer the proposal to create a finance panel to Constitution and Democratic Services Committee for it to add into its forward work programme. So, Councillor Allport, in favour of deferral or against deferral? So that's against. Thank you. Councillor Attridge.
Against.
Thank you. Glimbanks. We are dealing with the amendment. Are you in favour of deferral or against deferral? So, in 4, thank you. Councillor Bibby. That's 4, thank you. Councillor Bithell. 4, thank you. Councillor Brockley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brown. We've lost Councillor Brown. Councillor Carberry. That's 4, thank you. Councillor Claydon. Thank you. Councillor Cogan. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Oh, thumbs up is thumbs down. Okay. Councillor Collett.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Crease. We try to be inclusive. We try to accommodate all circumstances. So Councillor Crease was 4. Councillor Cunningham has gone. Councillor Rob Davis. Thank you. That was 4. Thank you. Councillor Ron Davis. Is he still online? Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis Cook.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Dolphin. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Rosetta Dolphin.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood.
4.
That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Ellis. Against. Thank you. Councillor G. Against. Thank you. Councillor David Healy. Thank you. Councillor Gladys Healy. So that was both the Healys 4. Councillor Hodge.
4.
Thank you. Councillor David Hughes. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson isn't with us. Councillor Ibbotson. Against. Thank you. Councillor Johnson. 4. Thank you. Councillor Christine Jones.
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Richard Jones.
Abstain.
That's an abstention. Councillor Simon Jones.
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Lister. 4. Thank you. Oh, I'll let him take his seat before I ask him. Councillor Richard Lloyd. 4. That was 4. Thank you. Councillor David Mackey. Against. Thank you. Councillor Madison.
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Marshall. That was 4. Thank you. Councillor McGill.
4.
4. Thank you. Councillor Mullin. 4. That was 4 from Councillor Mullin. Okay. Councillor Cunningham. Welcome back.
4.
Okay, I was just going to say that the vote is whether you are for deferral to Constitution and Democratic Services Committee or against. 4. 4. Thank you. Who's next? Councillor Palmer.
4.
Oh, yes, Councillor McEwen. Sorry. Are you for deferral to Constitution or against?
4.
Thank you. I do apologise. Somebody did tell me you were there, but you're still crossed out and as having given your apologies. So I do apologise myself for that. Councillor Parkhurst. That's against. Thank you. Councillor Pearce has gone. Councillor Michelle, perfect.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky, perfect. Is Vicky still with us? Vicky, are you there? No, seems to have gone. Councillor Priest. Against. Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Rose. Against? Okay. Councillor Rush.
4.
Thank you. It's 4. Councillor Shawcross. That was 4. Thank you. Councillor Swash. Against? Thank you. Councillor Thew. Against? Thank you. Councillor Linda Thomas still with us?
No.
No, she appears to have go. Councillor Turton had to go to work, didn't he? Councillor Wickham. That's 4. Thank you. Councillor Woolley. Arnold, you online? No. Oh, is he? Oh. Oh, he's 4. Okay. I can't see him because he's on the second screen, but I'll take it that he's voting 4. Thank you. Councillor Wren. 4. Okay, that's 4. Thank you. Councillor Owen.
4.
4. Thank you. And Councillor Buckley.
4.
Okay, so Chair, I think it's fairly clear that it does stand referred, but I will just total up the numbers for you now.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Madam Chair, if I may, whilst the monitoring officer does the adding up, it appears that the webcast is not accessible on the council's website. I am unclear for how long this has been going on. Right, well, it's not accessible on various different devices from the Public Eye page, and I understand it's not accessible to members of the public outside this chamber, and so I wonder whether we might have a 5-10 minute adjournment whilst we try and work out what's happening.
Funny you should say that. I was going to suggest a very quick 5-minute, strict 5-minute comfort break after this item.
So, Chair, whilst Mrs. Gittins checks that, it was 37 for referral, 15 against, 1 abstention. It stands referred to Constitution and Democratic Services Committee. Have you been able to check? Well, we can carry on with the live stream even if councillors aren't sitting here, can't we? So. Okay, fine. Yeah, so Chair, perhaps Councillor Ibbotson and Mrs. Gittins can have a chat, but you wanted to comfort break in any event, didn't you, Chair? So. All rise for the Chair of Flintshire County Council. So, Chair, over the break, one of our councillors pointed out that we, of course, on the last occasion, we took a vote on the amendment. We didn't vote on the substantive motion because, of course, the amendment was carried. The amendment now becomes the substantive motion, and we now have to vote again on the issue of referral to the Constitution and Democratic Services. This is why I hate that division in the Constitution. This is why I put it forward as part of the Constitution review, because it does feel like going over old ground. But, Chair, we need to take a vote on the substantive motion of referral to the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee for the creation of the Finance Panel.
So on that note, we'll go straight to the vote. Can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of the amendment becoming the substantive motion?
Well, the amendment is already the substantive motion. All those in favour of referral, Chair?
All those in favour of the referral one, please.
Okay, this is, yeah, it's carried, Chair. I think I can see everybody in the room voting for it. Yeah, great. Thank you.
What's that, is it?
So, Chair, that then brings us to the next notice of motion, the last notice.
So this is the final notice of motion, and it's submitted by Councillor Ibbotson. And it's the revocation of planning permission for Ash Lane development. Yep, Councillor Biffle's leaving the room.
Had a personal and prejudicial interest in this item, and I will leave the chamber. That be recorded.
And Chair, we need also just to have a slight amendment in terms of process. The terms of Councillor Swash's dispensation are that he can speak and answer questions, but then must leave the room before debate. Ordinarily that works really well in a planning committee because, of course, as local member you get to speak first before issues are debated. Within the context of council this afternoon, my suggestion to you, Chair, with which I think you agree, is that we call the mover and the seconder for the notice of motion. We will then call Councillor Swash so that he can speak. He can't speak before a proposal is moved and seconded. Otherwise, under the rules, he can then speak and leave, and then we can get into the debate proper, Chair.
So, Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This council has had very few moments when it has covered itself in glory, but the Planning Committee meeting on the 11th of June marks what we can surely all agree is a new low. Residents, of whom dozens were present in this chamber and with even more watching online, were treated to an object lesson in how not to do local government. The decision on the Ash Lane site was a farce from the very start, before the meeting had even begun, to the finish. We began with one councillor showing utter contempt for residents by calling objectors' emails the crap from Mancott residents. Would he ever have used the same language about a developer's submissions, or would he treat them with more respect? I think we know the answer, and we know why. If that language was used by a planning committee member about a developer, there is no question that a developer would take legal action to overturn a decision on the basis of prejudice. We all know that has consequences, but ordinary residents don't have the financial firepower of developers, so they can be treated like, to quote, crap. Will this council accept this? That there are two tiers of justice: absolute deference for those with money and jeering humiliation for those we represent. We then had a second councillor claim that they had refused to read objections from the public because he had been instructed not to by planning officers. Either this is true, in which case there is gross misconduct in the planning department and an institutionalised favouring of vested interests of large developers over members of the public in clear violation of the law, or it is a lie, in which case the member concerned would himself be in flagrant breach of the code of conduct. Meanwhile, it again smacks of prejudice, of reading submissions and considering the case from only one side of the debate. And most importantly, a third member has invited very serious allegations of prejudice. I shall make no further comment on this, but members of this council will be aware of the context. Allow me to read to you the final part of this motion. Flintshire County Council resolves to apologise to those residents who were treated with contempt by some councillors at the meeting. I have in front of me a dictionary. The definition of contempt: the mental attitude in which a thing is considered of little account or as vile and worthless. There is no question that members of the Planning Committee treated the public and their legitimate, politely expressed views as being worthless, of little account and vile. What is crap if not vile? So this council's Planning Committee has treated the public with contempt, we can agree. Will this council now apologise? That is the question before members today. Vote for an apology or vote against it. I half expect some clever dick on the coalition benches to advance some amendment which attempts to keep the apology in this motion, but leave the decision itself unchanged and unmolested in a desperate attempt to deflect public anger. Before anyone has any ideas, let me be crystal clear about what that would mean, saying that this behaviour was wildly inappropriate, but that we should not do anything meaningful about it. Such a position would be morally bankrupt, and I caution anyone thinking about adopting it. Flintshire People's Voice will accept no such amendments. This is about right and wrong. It is about councillors being desperate to ram developers' proposals through because they think that once a site is allocated for housing in the LDP, all considerations about whether what is proposed is appropriate or not become irrelevant. It is about whether a process that has moved so far from balanced and sober consideration of the issues into jeering, open mockery aimed at members of the public should be allowed to stand. It is about whether this council will, on the one hand, claim to be taking the flooding issues in Sandycroft, Pentry and Lower Mancott seriously, while on the other hand, worsening the problem and disbanding the committee carrying out an inquiry into the issue in an attempt to thwart its work. Maybe those members who brought disgrace on the planning committee and the council are sat here today stewing in arrogance and refusing to acknowledge their sins. But everyone else can see that on the 11th of June, it was not our residents spewing crap, but this council's process. The integrity of every councillor here today is on the line when voting on this motion. We can either vote for fairness or knowingly vote to let this behaviour off the hook because it is politically convenient for some groups on this council not to have to face up to the actions of some of their members. There is no other third option. So vote for fairness. Vote to save your integrity, because once you lose your integrity, it is gone forever. I move the motion.
Councillor Gillian Brockley online.
Am I allowed to speak?
Councillor Brockley, can you turn your camera on if you're speaking, please?
Sorry, Chair. Because I can't hear very well. He said there's a mic on now, showing it as well.
Can't hear it, can't see it, Chair.
Your sound isn't very clear, Councillor Brockley. Oh, we saw you there.
Sorry, can you? Sorry. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Councillor Brockley, because of the sound issues, we're going to call Councillor Priest to second.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, but we've had the seconder now, so we're moving on, and it's Councillor Sam Swash to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Put simply, this motion gives this council the opportunity.
Who is the seconder for this notice of motion? Surely shouldn't the seconder speak before Councillor Swash?
She's reserved her right to speak. She has reserved her right to speak, Chair. So she's formally seconded, reserved her right to speak later in the debate.
Please carry on, Councillor Swash.
Thank you, Chair. That was quite rude. I'll begin again. You finished, Councillor Lloyd? Put simply, this motion gives this council the opportunity to right a clear injustice, because regardless of anyone's views on the merits of a particular planning application, surely we can all agree on this. The people of Flintshire deserve better than the debacle that unfolded at the Planning Committee on the 11th of June. Surely we can agree that residents deserve better than to have their objections ignored entirely by one councillor and mocked by another. Surely we can agree that members of this chamber should not be making their minds up before hearing the evidence. No reasonable person could describe the way the Ash Lane proposal was handled as fair, consistent, or in the public interest. It was embarrassing and it was a farce. And while that farce played out right in front of the residents whose lives the decision will affect, crucial planning considerations were brushed aside or conveniently ignored. Considerations that the very same committee used to reject other applications in the same meeting. Applications have been refused in Oakenholt and Northerpool on grounds of overdevelopment, lack of infrastructure, inappropriate scale and density. Yet when those exact same issues were raised in relation to Ash Lane, they were dismissed without meaningful engagement. And why? Because the site is allocated in the local development plan. Apparently, if a site is in the LDP, then standards, consistency and fairness no longer apply, at least not in this council's planning process. My community has opposed this development for 7 years, and for 7 years they've been ignored. That alone is unacceptable, but to be met with open contempt by some members of this council is a disgrace. It is clear that the decision-making of the planning committee was compromised by poor conduct, apparent bias, procedural confusion, and a refusal to apply planning principles consistently. This has already done serious damage to public confidence, not just in the planning system, but in Flintshire County Council as a whole. This motion offers you the chance to begin repairing that damage, to act swiftly and decisively, to send a message that LDP allocation is not a green light for every application, no matter how flawed, and more importantly, to show the communities we serve that process matters and that they deserve better than to be dismissed and disrespected. A vote against this motion is a vote to condone poor process, poor behaviour and poor decision making. A vote for this motion is a vote to show that this council is capable of accountability and worthy of public trust. Support this motion, do the honourable thing, do the right thing, and finally, at last, show my community, the people of Harden and Mancott, the respect they deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Swash. Point of order, yeah.
So I think before Councillor Swash leaves, because it's in relation to his comments, he made a comment at the very start of his statement where he accused a member of making their mind up before the meeting had taken place in planning. Now, I believe that's an issue you need to discuss with Councillor Swash forthwith, because making that statement may have breached the code, and I think that needs to be sorted before we go any further.
Chair, if there has been a breach of the code, that's a matter for Councillor Jones to have a conversation with me about afterwards. We don't stop meetings because the code may or may not have been breached, Chair. The consequences come later, Chair, if there are any.
Councillor Brockley online.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear you now.
Thank you. Yes, I attended and I spoke at the recent planning committee in question, and I feel compelled to formally express my shock and disappointment at the way that the residents were treated. The experience was nothing short of disheartening. From the very beginning, it was clear that the residents' voices were not going to be given proper consideration. The act was dismissive, and it appeared plans were made up long before any residents. We were not engaged with respectfully, ignored at best, and willfully and arrogantly dismissed at worst. Some committee members seemed uninterested in listening to the people most affected by their decisions. We were given little opportunity to be heard. Even then, it was painfully evident that our comments were falling on deaf ears. It was particularly troubling to learn that some members had not even read the written submissions provided by the residents. How can meaningful decisions be made without even reviewing the concerns of the community? This is not how public engagement should function in a democratic process. Every resident deserves to be treated with respect, their input valued, and their concerns weighed seriously, especially when decisions directly impacting their lives, homes, and communities are concerned. The meeting demonstrated a lack of transparency, a disregard for accountability, and a complete absence of empathy towards those in attendance. It felt less like a public forum and more like a formality to rubber stamp a predetermined outcome. Regardless of one's position on the development itself, the process and conduct witnessed at this meeting were unacceptable. Communities deserve better. They deserve to be heard, not silenced, overlooked, dismissed, and sidelined. And this is not just about one planning application. It is about respect, fairness, and integrity in public decision making. I urge those in leadership to reflect seriously on how the residents were treated and take steps to ensure this does not happen again. I would urge members to vote for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Alan Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't been named in some of these accusations that's been done today, but I know from 3 members now that it's been claimed that I didn't read any objection from any residents. If they go back to the webcast and actually listen to what I said, they will see they've got it wrong. And I don't know what the code of conduct is there about falsely accusing a member of saying something that they didn't. What I did say, and I've checked it yesterday morning, this is what I said. Firstly, I have to declare that I have received over 160 emails regarding this development over the past few weeks. As instructed during the planning committee training, I have not read any of them. I have responded with standard text to some, but not all of them. I've been working for the last 30 years on construction projects, which requires a lot of discipline, and any documentation is held in a central system which is accessible to anybody. The rule is, if it's not on the system, the document doesn't exist. I have looked at the portal, and I saw there was 688 emails and stuff from residents and neighbours. So that is where I went to see them. It is untrue that I didn't read any. I read some. There's 688, and it takes about 2 minutes to get each one. So I did a sample. I've got an idea what the objections were, the flooding, the traffic, and all that stuff. So if jumping to conclusions is an Olympic sport, then we'd be handing out some gold medals today to the 3 members that accused me of that. So I request that they look at the webcast again, actually confirm what I've said is what I said, and then apologise.
Councillor Richard Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and stick to the facts, which not many people have done today, at least on this notice of motion. The Planning Committee on the 11th of June was certainly a difficult and emotional one, but the committee did follow the established processes when considering all representations, hearing third-party speakers, and ultimately reaching a decision on the application, taking into account all material considerations to grant planning permission. Despite the concerns expressed in the notice of motion, the Planning Committee took a reasonable and legitimate decision on the Ash Lane application. Whilst the proposer of the motion may not be satisfied with the decision, if the process was flawed or the committee have erred in terms of law when reaching their decision, that decision should be challenged via judicial review of the committee's decision, not by using powers under Section 97 of the Town and Community Planning Act to revoke planning permission. I would seek to reassure members that the allocation of a site within the LDP establishes the principal development on that site. The detail of the development can only be addressed at the planning application stage. The Ash Lane application went through a number of changes before it could be recommended for permission to be granted. Consultation took place on all major changes to the original scheme. Whilst the proposer of the notice of motion refers to other recent planning decisions by the committee, it is important to stress that all planning applications are dealt with on their own merits and without reference to other cases. It is not appropriate for me to comment here on the conduct of fellow councillors at the meeting. There are other more appropriate processes available where that can be addressed. But in terms of apology, there is no apology required from this council. The councillor already apologised profusely for his comments, and that should be adequate. Matters relating to the impact on local health services and flooding were addressed in the planning officer's report and discussed at the meeting at length. Those matters were taken into account in the planning balance when the committee reached their decision on the 11th of June. Work is ongoing to issue the planning permission, subject to the imposition of conditions and signature of a Section 106 agreement. There is no new information. No new information has been provided, and the planning committee made its decision. So, when that is the case, the planning committee will only make its decision on merit and information. There is no new information, there is no new merit, and the planning committee has made its decision. The vote today is not about agreeing with Lane development decision. but it's a decision about whether the planning process has been followed correctly and legally. I believe it has, and therefore ask you to vote against these resolutions. Thank you, members. I just would like, if the chief officer has anything extra to say, if he wants to substantiate any of that information, that might be useful.
Chief Officer. Hello.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for those kind words earlier today. It was today, wasn't it? I think. So referring back to that meeting a couple of weeks ago, it was certainly a challenging meeting, I would say, but planning in itself is always a challenge. You know, I've had 30 years of it, and there are winners and losers in each case, aren't there? But the primary concern is that we follow the process. And for planning committee meetings, you have 3 people making sure that the process is followed. One of them is me, one of them is one of our legal team, and the third one is the chair. And there's been some slightly disrespectful things said, I think, about the way that meeting was held, but I have to give credit for the chair on the day, who our normal chair was on pre-booked leave, couldn't make it, and Councillor Gladys Healy stood up and chaired that meeting. It was a challenging meeting, but we did follow process, and that should not be forgotten. Okay. So turning to the notice of motion itself and what it said that Flintshire County Council believes, and that this is a wholly unsuitable site. That is an opinion, isn't it? It's an opinion that it's unsuitable. What we deal with is evidence in planning, and we've been through the evidence in terms of this site with respect to the local development plan and the allocation of that site within the local development plan. The examination looked at all the evidence and concluded that the principle of residential development on that site was acceptable. That draws a line at that stage. Now, that doesn't say that it's a green light for everything else, because you have a planning application process to deal with the details of whether a scheme is acceptable or not. I'm not going to comment on the second bullet point about what decision making has tainted an apparent bias, because we've got other channels to do that. The third aspect of it was that we referred to the meeting has been referred to a debacle and a farce. Just because you don't get the outcome that you want doesn't mean that the meeting was a debacle or a farce. What matters is that the process was followed at that meeting, and I saw nothing at that meeting or subsequent that process hasn't been followed. Okay, so then turning to what you're being asked to resolve, the point about asking for it to be revoked and reconsidered is, well, why would you want to revoke and reconsider a sound planning decision that was taken at that meeting of planning committee? There is no grounds I can see to do that. And you might be saying, well, why have you, Andrew, you've been here 15 years and you've never told me about section 97 of the Planning Act? Well, it's a very rarely used part of the Act. And the examples that I can think of where it would be used is if another planning permission has been granted and you want to revoke the old planning permission just for sake of clarity. So you might do that. Or another example that I found is where a decision notice was issued in error and had some errors on it, and that got revoked as well. That wasn't the council that I was involved in, I'm happy to say. So, the second point of what you're being asked to resolve is actually accurate. You know, the LDP sets the principle, and the planning applications deal with the detail of it. And the planning committee, in this case, weighs up the planning balance in terms of whether things like flooding, density, etc., are acceptable, bearing in mind that the principle of development has been accepted. And I can't answer the third point because, again, that is it's a criticism of councillors at that meeting. What I would finally say was that there's also been talk about what members are taught at planning training, not to read emails. That's not the point. What we do say is that they have to be very careful in responding to them,
because quite often emails, particularly in the run up to a committee, will go straight to a planning committee member and we won't see them. So they need to be very careful, members, when they're responding to them, that they don't get themselves into a position of predetermination. And we actually do offer them some text to respond to those emails. So that's my summary of what I've heard, Chair. So hopefully that helps, and thank you all.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Farrell. We got next speaker is Councillor Dave Richardson, and he's online.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's just something I want noted, really. I was at that meeting. I was told to sit by the public gallery. I was there to speak on an item later on in the day. I heard the comments made by people in the meeting that day, and because of where I was sat, I got to hear the comments of the residents of Hardon and Mancot as well, and we were all tarred with the same brush. And when I say all of us, I mean the planning committee, every single elected member, even officers sat at the front, and it really wasn't nice. So, and that's it. I just want to make a note of that for anyone that wasn't sat where I was and heard, and had to sit through the whole day listening to the reaction of the residents because of the comments and conduct of a person or persons earlier on in the day. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Lloyd.
No, thank you, Chair. First, as Chair of the Planning Committee, I'm going to apologise to residents and this council for not being available to chair the Planning Committee on the 11th of June. I just wanted to put the record straight that I had a holiday booked from well before Christmas on that particular day. I didn't know that the Ash Lane development was going to come to Planning Committee in June. I did ask if it could possibly go off till July, but that wasn't able to do that. So I just wanted to put that straight, because there are comments on social media about some members not being bothered to turn up, and I sort of included myself in that, really, but that's not true. That holiday was booked, and I want to thank Councillor Healy for chairing that meeting, because it was a very difficult meeting. I wish he was there to do it as well. I just want to confirm what Andrew Farrow says about the emails, and I've never been asked not to read emails. We've always been advised to forward them to the case officer concerned. If we do reply to them, we just reply to say we note your comments, and that is what happens. Otherwise, you've got to be very careful. You do predetermine any application. So it's down to the individual member, but I always forward them to the officer, and I forwarded them all to the officer that I had. I did have 250 emails when I came back off holiday as well. That was obviously after the decision had been made. I just wanted to point out, Councillor Ibbotson, actually, when we discussed the LDP in January 23rd, it was 2023, he spoke in favour of the LDP, voted to support the LDP. And I'd also like to add, because I never got the chance before, that Flintshire People's Voice are entitled to one place on the planning committee, as they have been for many years. They refuse to take that place up. That would be something that they should do, and I've banged on about this a lot, to support their residents. So I'll ask them again, please take up your place, that's allocated to you on the planning committee, and then, residents can give you their concerns, and you can vote accordingly. Then you have the opportunity. I think that's about it. I have watched the planning committee, obviously, since, and to me, it was run. But it was a difficult one, with residents here. But I think the process was followed to the book. So I must say I do not agree with this notice of motion. I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Merritt Eastwood.
Yeah, good day. I just wanted to note that
unallocated sites within the LDP is forms part of my ward, and whilst it's currently being built upon, a previous planning application was rejected and refused by the planning committee, even though it was an allocated site in the LDP. So I just wanted to make all members aware that that process does work, and each application, as far as I'm concerned, is dealt with on its merits.
Councillor Priest, you reserved your right to reply. Would you like to take it now?
Right to speak.
Speak, sorry.
I'll be very minimal what I'm saying. Did you want to speak first?
So a couple of things. Councillor Priest doesn't have the right of reply. Councillor Priest reserved her right to speak later, so that would not forego your right to speak. And hopefully Chief Executive has you on the list of people indicating to speak. No, it's Councillor
Priest. Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief on this. I am supporting this motion because I also was at that meeting, and I have the same views as Councillor Richardson. What happened in that room? It was a very horrible meeting to attend, and directly after the actual result of that application, I felt I had to leave the room because what atmosphere was so bad and the way that it was dealt with. I will not go into details regarding that, but I feel exactly the same as Councillor Richardson that we do need to look at this. This is why I'm supporting this motion. And I think everybody needs to look at that, including the apology, because everybody is being tarred with the same brush. I totally agree with Councillor Richardson, and I also agree with the motion proposer, which is Sam Swash. So thank you very much.
Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. I was at the meeting, but I was there for a different application. It was a very unpleasant meeting. To me, it did feel as though it was on verging of getting out of control. I'm not going to say it did get out of control, but it felt as though it was verging that way. I've been in front of the planning committee twice, and the chief officer, Andrew Farrow, has always sort of run the meeting in conjunction with the chair, with sort of like a iron fist within a barely clad threadbare velvet glove. It did not have that same feeling on the day. I think it was beyond the control of the chair and the chief officer because of the comments that were made. The comment that was made at the beginning of the meeting about the residents' comments, the comments during the application about residents' comments were deliberately not read, which has been confirmed, today. To me, to quote Councillor Ibbotson about a clever dick, a former Lord Chief Justice established the principle that for justice to be done, it has to seem to be done. I do not think that it was seen to be done at that meeting. I think we could have got away with one of these things happening, but all of the issues happening, and of course there's an issue that none of us are allowed to talk about in the chamber. I'm not saying any more than that, but that's another reason. I think just for justice to be seen to be done, this decision should be revisited by the planning committee. Now, the planning committee may well come out with the same decision. I'm not questioning the odds of the decision itself. I'm discussing the procedure, and to an outside impartial observer, it did not look as good as it could have done. And as I say, some of the committee members did not look disinterested, they looked uninterested. And I think that was inappropriate for the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Parkhurst.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. On a similar vein, I suppose, of all the responsibilities of this council, planning is the one
where, you know, justice or integrity or fairness not only needs to be done, but needs to be seen to be done. And that very clearly was not the case in terms of this application. I was watching the meeting online. I was absolutely shocked by the comments made. I was astounded by the assertion that a councillor had not read any of the emails. It might be that he has read other emails. I'm not saying that isn't true, but what was said to that meeting was, and Councillor Marshall has repeated it, I have not read any of them. Those were his words. So the perception of the general public is that the result had been predetermined. Whether that was right or wrong, that would have been the perception. Councillor Jones mentions the suggestion of a judicial review. You know how much that costs, Councillor Jones. There's a clear inequality of arms here. You've got the council. You've got very well-heeled developers with deep pockets, and you're suggesting that the residents, ordinary residents, should go through the courts when we have a process that we could adopt as councillors, which would ensure fairness without that taking place. Mr. Farrow mentioned about the reference to a debacle. The debacle was because of the alleged predetermination. That might not have been the case. I'm not saying there was predetermination, but that is the perception, and perception counts for everything. So this notice of motion should be supported. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gina Madsen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and a good afternoon to all of you. I do believe that most of the points I was going to make have already been made. But as an impartial observer and somebody who arrived at the meeting later, I have a couple of questions to ask. The first thing I wanted to ask is, has a planning committee decision ever been referred as a notice of motion before? I asked this because this time last year, Councillor Banks and I spoke against the development of the very unpopular development of the Gronant Institute in Gronant. The application was passed and we did not refer this back as a notice of motion. So I'm asking here whether or not unpopular planning committee decisions will become a regular event at full council. I wish also to support Councillor Richard Lloyd's message to the Flintshire People's Voice. Why don't you take up your place at planning committee? Isn't that actually a better way of speaking up for your residents? If you can stand up at planning committee and speak against unpopular developments. And here I do want to say a little bit about duty of care of councillors, and we've heard a great deal about code of conduct this afternoon. This application and the meeting have been widely discussed on social media. I had a look. I'm not going to quote, I totally and absolutely believe in free speech, but I really, really, really think we do have to be careful in the things that we say about our fellow councillors on social media. Comments such as, I'm not sure I could cope with that lot at County Hall without being able to vent about them with you over a pint. Councillors are a law unto themselves. We're not a law unto ourselves. We follow the code of conduct. I've followed the law of this country for 68 years now. And as well as that, this afternoon I've been called spiteful, I've been called petty, and I've been called, and I quote here, bloody minded. I quote because that is not a phrase that I actually ever used. I ever used in speech. I'm sorry, but these insults are really, really too much when this kind of thing is being written about my fellow councillors on social media. The meeting was, in true Flintshire County Council style, a complete farce. And I will point out here that these references to councillors apply to all of you. And I'm not so bothered about the code of conduct We have a duty of care to each other as councillors. And maybe you don't think so, but some of you will know it, that I actually care about all of you as councillors. I don't want to see you libelled and torn to bits on social media. I think that's just absolutely appalling. And I suppose here we'll have the most extreme cases in mind of councillors and MPs who've suffered from savaging on social media. So please, duty of care to your fellow councillors. And I'm sorry to say here, in terms of the Gronant Institute, last year, Councillor Banks and the Furness and Trelawney Community Council and I did in fact look into what can happen when an application is unpopular. And I'm afraid that the only route is the judicial review. And that obviously isn't one that we could go down, that we couldn't go down for cost reasons and so forth. So thank you very much.
Councillor Simon Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So here we are again. Every 6 months, the Flintshire People's Voice or its members bring back the Ash Lane development. You could say they are the self-appointed champions of Stop Ash Lane. I would like to thank Councillor Ibbotson for making sure that the webcast is available to the public before this item. It's very important for the public to know that this item was voted on at planning and was approved 6-4. The self-appointed champions of Stop Ash Lane have 2 vacant seats on the planning committee at the time. Had those seats been taken, it would not have passed. It would have been 6-6. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Carol Ellis is next.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to say that I was actually on that planning committee, and I'm not going to make any comments over the vote or anything, but I can't sit here and accept that the councillor didn't say, I have not read any of the emails. Immediately, I wrote that down, and I was expecting that to actually be challenged. I didn't think it was my job to actually challenge that. I've been to planning training several times. Immediately, I actually asked for clarification on that comment, because as I left this chamber, I was approached by several members of the public to ask me, had I actually read those emails, and why are we told that we should not read emails? And I said, to the best of my knowledge, that is not the case, but I will check. I did check, and Andrew Farrow confirmed that that is not the case, and actually added, yes, you have to be careful about answering. And I was aware of that, and I contacted Steve before I answered any of those emails. But I did read them, and I did feel aggrieved that I was classed and even approached, not nastily, but firmly, and asked, had I read those emails? And I did read every single one. And yes, it's time consuming, but I couldn't sit here and actually not raise that. The councillor may have read them on a different portal, but he actually stated he had not read those emails. Thank you.
Councillor Ted Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. I also was on that planning committee meeting. I also read all the details but declined to respond. My decision was made purely and simply on the evidence that was before me. I do have a little bit of an exception with saying that the meeting was nearly lost control of. I thought the chair, in a very difficult meeting, handled it quite well. And if there was an atmosphere, it was down to the intimidating nature of the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Glyn Banks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wasn't actually going to speak on this. I had no intentions to. but I was actually present at the meeting. I'm present for most of it. I've got to say, first of all, it was the first large-scale meeting, I believe, that was held actually in this room. So there is probably a few lessons to be learned from that. Maybe we could think about how we place everyone in the place, but it was the first large-scale one. So there's lessons to learn from that. Probably security could have been placed a bit better, or been a bit more present in here at the end of the large application. But that's but the main point was due process followed? Absolutely, it was. This went before committee. It was all heard from both sides, and a decision was made. And as far as I'm concerned, that's end of story. Some you win, some you lose on that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I've been on the planning committee for 4 years. My first 3 years on this council, I shied away from it. I didn't want to go anywhere near it, but I ended up on it. I think it's worth making the point. I believe that the planning committee is the most challenging committee any councillor can sit on. It's not like some committees where you can sit and are just being watched on the screen and whatever. So often you are sat there and you are facing people both for something and against something. This is a council where you can't avoid eye-to-eye contact in the scrutiny which is happening, which you are engaged in. You have to face those in favour of a planning application and very often those against it. But what you are doing when you raise your hand, and let's be honest, I've talked about recorded votes a lot. Every time I vote on that planning committee, my name is a recorded vote. Every single time, the accountability is there. What did you do for this application? What did you do for that? An accountability which is far, I think, it's outstripped anything else in terms of the way other committees go and vote. I'll be honest and say, okay, I'm a cabinet member, but on the planning committee, I am a councillor. And every time I have to declare whether I'm for or against an application, my heartbeat still races. It's something I don't find easy to go and do because I know that somebody about my decision is not going to like it. And there's times I've gone away from that meeting thinking, I hated doing that. So don't come along and think decisions we go and make at these committees are easy. I had a lot of difficult decisions as a cabinet member for finance. And I'll tell you what, some of them are not as difficult as some of the ones I have to really think about as a planning committee member. Accountability on that committee is direct and immediate. Now, to those members who have sat here criticising the members of that committee, I say this to you now. Don't sit here and criticise. Find ways of joining that committee, do the training and be part of that process that you want to change. Don't say a resolution's going to do it. Join me, join Councillor Palmer, join Councillor Lloyd on that committee to make the changes that you want to go and do, rather than sitting saying, I'm going to pass this resolution back to you. Now, given how difficult these decisions were, I had sleepless nights before we came to that planning committee meeting. I'm sure many other people went and did. Okay? Please be aware that decisions made by members of the planning committee are not taken easily. We read the papers, we go through those papers. I need to know what I'm going to be doing. I would say to you here, please stand by your colleagues who are trying to do their best and making the very difficult decisions that you are not. Thank you.
Just before I bring Christine Jones in, I'd just like to acknowledge to Councillor Marshall that I have seen you raise your hand, but as I stated at the beginning, it's been a very long day and a very long meeting, and I'm not allowing anybody to have a second bite at the cherry. But I will explain that, as I understood it, you have read all the comments that was made on the planning application portal that was submitted by the residents.
What I wanted to, thank you, Chair. What I wanted to do is a point of clarification regarding some of the things people have interpreted. I haven't read all of the comments because there's 688 of them. Sorry, there's 688 of them, which would take me a couple of weeks to read. So I've read the sample and I got the gist of what was going on.
So that's clarified that matter. Councillor Christine Jones, and then we'll go to the right to reply, Councillor Ibbotson.
Neil, Chair. I wasn't going to speak either, but I initially, because I'm on the Community Council of Queensferry, which obviously gets the same planning applications through as they do for the adjoining ward of Mancott. And I spoke against this application. You know, when we were talking about it at the Community Council, I raised my hand and went and objected to it as well as a community councillor. So that's fine. You're allowed to do that as a community councillor. You can have, you can raise, your comments. I sat in on the planning meeting. I observed online and afterwards was accused of being a member of the planning committee. And I hadn't spoken about that application. I hadn't supported the residents. Well, I'm not on the planning committee. I came off that a while back because I was getting so much abuse about applications that had gone through in my own ward and other wards, and it was becoming too much. I wasn't enjoying being a planning committee member because of the insults and the vitriol that I was suffering while I was on that committee. Tonight I'll probably go home, it'll be all over Facebook that I voted for or against or whatever on this, because social media is so easy, isn't it? To go on your keyboard, say what you like, people believe it. As I say, I had it after the planning committee. It was dreadful. I had it after the LDP. It was horrendous of councillors, of fellow councillors. I was called really disgusting names, which I won't repeat here. So I just wanted to make that point that even if you're seen to be on the screen, people automatically assume you haven't spoken on their behalf. You can't speak on their behalf if you're not on the committee. Doesn't mean you haven't talked about it somewhere else, that you're not supporting them in other ways. People have got every, chance to ring you, to email you, to ask your opinions. If I've had an email through, I've always responded. For the last 30 years, I've been doing this. I don't need to be told how to respond to residents. I know, but I will not be insulted and I will not take abuse because of a committee that I'm not even sitting on. And I think that, this notice of motion isn't about the planning committee, is it? Isn't it about taking an application to be revoked? It's not about what was said there or what should have been said there or how it was run. This is about actually revoking a decision, possibly. And this is what it's saying in this notice of motion. I think this afternoon, we've been talking about the people on the committee, the way it was run, etc. That's not what this notice of motion should be about. It's that little paragraph that says, this is what people want, who've written this notice, want to happen to that application, which is to take back to the planning committee, section 97 or whatever. So I think there's two different things in this notice, isn't there? And people have been discussing the wrong part of it. And it's becoming a little bit personal at times. Thank you.
Okay, I will call the last speaker before I do ask Councillor Ibbotson to do the summing up. Yeah. Councillor Bill Crease, please. Richard, you have spoken.
Chair, points of personal explanation are where something a councillor has said earlier that appears to have been misunderstood. It is not just to disagree with somebody who has quoted you subsequently in the meeting. It must be where they appear to have misunderstood what was said.
Yeah. I'll allow them.
Okay, so I believe Councillor Parker said that I advised people to go on the JR route, judicial review. there was a bit of context to that, so I wish to clarify. So I said that, first of all, the planning committee had made its decision with all information at its disposal, listening to all the comments from all parties, whether for or against the application. And you'd heard from Chief Officer the process was followed, that the decision was made accordingly. There is no new information that was made available. There is no need to reverse this decision and no legal reason for it to be revoked. And the point I made was, I said that if the process was flawed, if the committee had erred in terms of law when reaching their decision, that decision could be challenged by judicial review. I didn't advise people to go down that route. I just advised, if you like, or mentioned and commented on how it could be dealt with legally. So that's the point of clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Bill Crease, please, and then Alistair.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't intend speaking because I really, I guess, should apologise. I'm on the planning committee and I didn't make the meeting. But in all the discussions that have been going on about the vile things that have been said online, I was challenged why I ducked out was the phrase that was used. I explained to the individual that my brother had died 36 hours beforehand and I was driving to Scotland to support my sister-in-law and arrange a funeral. I was called a liar. That is the extent of the vitriol and the abuse that colleagues on the planning committee who squared up to the job and sat down and followed process and did the right thing. We can't complain if the process has been followed, if the decision doesn't go our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crease, and I know I speak on behalf of everyone in the chamber to pass on your condolences for your loss.
Everyone in this council who's spoken to me has shown me great grace and supported me in what's probably been the worst fortnight in my life.
And so I call Councillor Ibbotson then, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let's start at the beginning of this debate. Councillor Marshall accused me of mischaracterising his remarks when he said in the meeting that he hadn't read any of the emails received. He said that, in fact, he didn't read them, was his rebuttal to my suggestion that he hadn't read them. I'm not quite sure how that works. But then he made a further admission that not only did he not read the emails from residents expressing their legitimate views, he also didn't read the documents on the planning portal from residents, didn't read the objection, just picked a few out and ignored the rest of them. A staggering admission and a new level of shame for what happened on that day. Councillor Jones, the Cabinet member for, I believe the term is place now rather than planning, a suitably nebulous title, excuses the behaviour that happened at the meeting and says that people should go for judicial review. I can make the point no better than my Liberal Democrat colleagues did when they referred to the difference in equality from arms. He says it's not appropriate for him to comment on the conduct of other councillors, but then he says that the decision was proper and the process was too. In other words, he is commenting on the conduct of that meeting and the conduct of the people in it. So can he not comment, or is he commenting and saying that everything is tickety-boo? Which is it? He also says that there is no need for this council to apologise. I cannot at all support that statement, and I believe it speaks for itself. Mr. Farrow said that the meeting was not a farce or a debacle, that disrespectful things have been said about how that meeting was held. But Mr. Farrow did not reference at all the disrespectful things that members of that committee said to and about the public. That was where the disrespect was. He also says that bullet point number 1 of the leaves, which says that it's wholly unsuitable for a development of this nature on that site, but he says that the LDP considered that the application was, that the site was sound as a housing allocation and therefore it is suitable. No, the LDP has allocated this site for housing. that does not mean that it is a suitable site for a development of this nature. It may be that some development might be suitable, but this one is not. And that is what the council is saying. There is a distinction between a site being allocated to housing and how each application should be considered. And that is the distinction that has not been made by members of the committee. Councillor Coggins-Cogan said quite correctly that the committee might make the same decision again, but it is not a reason not to refuse to refer it back, and that justice must be seen to be done. I associate myself with his remarks. Councillor Maddison said that we have a duty of care and to be nice to councillors, but there was not a single word on the behaviour of those councillors towards residents. Is it nice to call residents crap? Is it nice? Is it inconsistent with a duty of care to ignore their remarks and to say blatantly such to their faces? If we have a duty of care, it is first and foremost towards the people of Flintshire who we are supposed to be representing. Councillor Simon Jones echoed Councillor Lloyd in choosing to attack Flintshire People's Voice, describing them as the self-appointed champions of Stop Ash Lane, or Stop the Gladstone Estate Build, as it is actually called. Nothing is stopping Labour or their independent lackeys joining up and taking the mantle. Instead, rather than scrutinise the behaviour of their own members on that committee, they have decided their response is to kick Flintshire People's Voice for unrelentingly standing up for residents. Let residents hear Councillor Jones's message. Labour does not think that councillors should be self-appointed champions of their communities. Why would anyone ever vote for a party again that takes that position? The Labour Party. Councillor Johnson said that he is against sending decisions to committees from full council as he considers it avoiding responsibility, and he got a raucous round of applause from the coalition benches for that, and I congratulate him on that round of applause, and I note the wide number of members who joined in. The same members who just a moment ago decided to send a decision to a committee. Are they not avoiding responsibility then by Councillor Johnson's own remarks? And worse, it was he who moved that we Councillor Johnson ought to be quiet, or else I would ask, Madam Chair, that he be expelled from the chamber. This decision before us is about fairness, it is about decency. It is alternatively about crap and not reading the documents before voting. It is about forcing people into expensive legal action when we have the means to give them proper justice, a fair crack of the whip, a committee meeting made of councillors who look at all the evidence and make a decision without calling anyone crap. Is that too much to ask?
So we're going to just move to the vote now on this notice of motion, please. So all those in favour of the notice of motion, please raise your hands.
Okay.
And those against, please raise your hands.
One. Online.
And then for clarity, any abstentions, please? Two.
So, Chair, that was 9 for, 29 against and 2 abstentions. The notice of motion is lost. He's going to get the other 2 members back in, Chair.
Oh, yeah, we've got that one.
Chair, we're 7 minutes away from 5 o'clock.
Yes.
At 5 o'clock, you have to make a decision about whether to continue the meeting or whether to end the meeting. There are still questions to be asked.
Yes,
Chair?
number 18 is the questions, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's number 19. Are there any questions? for
There aren't
19?
any questions on the minutes, no. It's just the questions at 18, Chair.
Well, I think we'll continue and get this done.
Okay.
Okay. So we move on to item number 18 and the questions of which there are 14.
So the first question, Chair. There you go. Oh, there we go, from Councillor Andrew Parker.
Councillor Andrew Parkhurst, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Since I've been elected in the last 3 years, I've had more complaints about missed bin collections in the last 3 months than in the previous 3 years. And I think it behoves us to know the true extent of the problem. My complaint is not specifically about missed collections, it's that when these are reported, they are not dealt with. So my questions are to have a comparison of the number.
He's supposed to be asking 3 questions, not a sermon before the questions. Given us some questions, let's have the questions. I'll give you the answer.
Well, thank you. I am addressing the Cabinet Member for Waste, which seems wholly appropriate in the circumstances. How many missed refuse collections have been reported since the 28th of April, split by black bin, brown bin, recycling and absorbent hygiene products compared to the same period last year? How does the recycling performance since 28th of April 25 compare with the same period last year? And how many incidents of fly tipping have been reported since 28th of April this year compared to the same period last year? And what are the respective clean-up costs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Parkhurst for his questions on waste, which has given me the opportunity to talk a load of rubbish. I thought that might be a boom, boom one to start off with. From the Chief Officer to all the crews, there's too many people in the street scene for me to thank them all for what has been a absolutely monumental effort from everyone involved in Altamy. And I salute all of them in this. I would also, go on.
Would it be possible to have the answer to the question, not a sermon before the answer?
No. Right. This is actually leading on to answering the questions, and it's a figure that I'm leading up to that is in relation to the other figures. I would also like to thank the great residents of Flintshire, as your fantastic efforts over the last 12-week period has resulted in a staggering 963 tonne less black bin waste being taken to Park Adver. Yeah, almost 1,000 tonne less. Right, on to question 1. Now, got to also bear in mind, and I'm not making any excuses here, because there's no excuses, because some of these figures are really good. But what you've got to take into account is there was a move from 2 weekly to 3 weekly bin collection to get us towards the 70%. A lot of people were forgetting their days, whatever they put them out. So obviously, there's been a perception that there's been a massive upturn in sort of missed collections and a bad service, when in reality the actual collection rate is well over 99.9%. So on to the question 1, which you'll like now. Black bin for 2024. It does say from 28th of April, but I'm not including anything in April because obviously there was only a couple of days. For 2024, May, black bin was 418. In June, it was 467. In 2025, May was 683, which, as I say, is understandable because lots of people were putting them out on the wrong days or forgetting which week it was. But once it comes to June, the figure was actually only 329, which was far less than June in 2024. So that's the first one. Onto the garden waste. Now, May 2024, 602. June 2024, 1,029. May 2025, again, the figure was slightly up in May. It was up to 763, but in June, down to 488, which was massively less than June the year before. Recycling, 2024, May was not 243, June was 553. May, again, the figure was much higher on this. It was 913 in May 2025. But by June, down to less than June 2024 at 447. Now, come on to the AHP collections. Now, we're admitting there's been an issue with AHP collections, and part of the problem was because there was a review carried out in regards to the AHP collections whereby everybody who received the service was written to see if they still required the service. Many did not reply or did not reply within a 30-day period, but for whatever reason, some maybe never seen the paper, some never responded, but still put the bags out expecting them to be collected. So when they weren't collected, they were putting them down as missed, but technically they weren't actually down as part of the service. So the figures for 2024, May was 39 and June was 44. Figures for 2025, May was 36 and June was a bad figure of 212. But all in all, the figures I'd suggest were fantastically better than the same period last year. That's question one. On to question two, about the recycling performance. Unfortunately, the recycling figures are reported monthly and verified by NRW quarterly. And as we have only just reached the end of the first quarter, we have not yet received confirmation of performance for quarter one 2025. However, it is noted that a report on recycling performance has been requested on the forward work programme for September 25, and it is anticipated that we'll be able to present the figures at the Environment and Economy Over and Scrutiny Committee for that month. Onto the fly tipping. How many incidents of fly tipping? April 20, sorry, I'm not doing April, sorry. May 2024-25 was 150. June 114. Into this year, May 222 and 184. Yes, up massively, but there is different reporting methods in place. We've had lots of false reporting of fly tipping. I can give you an example one in my own ward where for some reason somebody put something on social media, and overnight there was 5 mysterious fly tipping incidents that were all linked. I put pictures of them all on Facebook, and 3 of them miraculously disappeared within 2 hours. Because they dumped very recognisable waste. So all in all, that's the figures. Sorry, I've got the sums here from last year. We haven't got the money figures for this year yet. May figure for the cost from last year is 15,796. June was 13,175. The cost this year will be available at the September meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Parkes, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, Chair, I have, and thank you, Councillor Banks, for your response. I note that you blame residents for these missed bin collections. You also say that the performance is fantastically better than last year. Well, that is not my resident experience, and I doubt it's the experience of any councillor's residents in this chamber. So my supplementary question is, What planet are you on?
But scraping the barrel, I'd suggest with that. But there you go. Planet Earth, obviously. I didn't blame residents. What I suggested was that residents hadn't filled this is particularly the AHP collections. Residents hadn't actually all correctly filled in the documentation to carry on receiving their AHP collections. But it is ironing itself out, and I stand by the figures. As I say, 900 and what did I say? 963 tonne not going to Park Adver is an absolute fantastic figure. One thing I didn't mention, and thank you for letting me come back in, was that the recycling of every product, the glass, paper, everything's gone up massively. And fair play to all our staff who collect it and process it and work out the numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I am aware it is 5 o'clock now, so if we can, for the further 13 questions, rather than the preamble, can we have the questions and the answers? Councillor Caroline Priest is the next person up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm bringing this up because my eyesight's starting to go after all of this. Thank you very much. This is to the Cabinet Member for Customer and Corporate Services. How much has the council spent, either of its own money or grant money, directly or through third parties, such as on consultants, on adverts placed on social media during the last 3 years? Thank you, Chair.
So in the absence of Councillor Linda Thomas, I think Councillor Richard Jones is going to answer this. She's had to go home quite poorly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Linda sends her apologies. She wasn't feeling too well. So this is the response that she had. So we are in the process of collating the data requested, and a written response will be provided in due course. Thank you, Councillor Priest.
Councillor Priest, have you got a supplementary for that as well? That will be provided outside the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. When am I? My question would be, when would that information be available?
Apologies, I can't make that determination, and I'm sure Linda will answer you accordingly as soon as she possibly can, Councillor Priest. Thank you.
Councillor Alistair Abderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the Leader of the Council believe that all teachers in Flintshire schools should be able to read and write?
Thank you, Leader. I believe all teachers in Flintshire need to be appropriately qualified.
Councillor Ibbotson, supplementary.
I will take that as a yes, on the basis that I'm sure that nobody would think that it would be appropriate for teachers in Flintshire schools not to be able to read and write. On the 24th of October last year, the Leader of the Council said that he did not necessarily, well, he did not at all expect his Cabinet members to read the papers before voting on them, and because he thought that was inappropriate because some of his Cabinet members might not be able to read and write. If he holds teachers in Flintshire schools to a higher standard than his Cabinet, some of whom are on very, very good money indeed, why does he think that they are worth less pay than his Cabinet members when they are held to a higher standard? Will he support fairer pay for teachers and fairer pay for his Cabinet members who are not up to the job?
Madam Chair, the question was, do I believe the teachers in Flintshire should be able to read and write, of which I give my answer. Thank you.
Next question is Councillor Sam Swash.
Following the Welsh Labour Government's announcement that £36 million of the £72 million cost to Wales public sector of the UK Labour Government's national insurance contribution changes will have to be met by public bodies, including councils, A, what will Flintshire share be? And B, what is this figure as a percentage of the council's anticipated council tax revenue?
We don't precisely know what our share of available funding is as yet, as the distribution method is still to be determined nationally. However, our understanding that the available funding equates to around 85% of the estimated costs across Wales. If we were ultimately to receive 85% of our estimated costs of £4.189 million, there will be a shortfall of around 630,000. If at that level, this would equate to 0.52% of our budgeted council tax revenue for 25-26, given our budgeted council tax revenue is 120.673 million. The actual impact, once known, will be reported in our monthly monitoring report to GROSC as soon as the situation is clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Swash.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Johnston, for the answer. Given, I think the figure you said was £632,000, which could and should be spent in Flintshire, what would your message be to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, for taking that money to be spent in Westminster?
Thank you. I would merely echo the words of Mark Drake, who said we've made our position very clear, and I think we will do so the same. Make our very clear with the Treasury that using the Barnett formula in this instance is a breach of their rules. He also went and commented, which I completely agree with. The UK government did not provide funding, but they did provide funding, but this falls short of the actual cost felt by the Welsh Public Services, creating multi-million pound gap every year. The UK government should treat the public sector. I'm sorry. It's been a long day, so I do apologise. So again, I agree with the Minister. The UK government should treat the public sector across the UK the same and make good in its place to fully fund these extra costs. I can see no reason why I could disagree with any of those comments that were made.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To ask the, what's he called now? The Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Transformation, Growth and Places. What will the carbon emissions from the development and operation of the so-called tax incentive sites of the Flintshire and Wrexham investment zone supported by the Cabinet be?
Right, thank you for the question. There is no practical way to predict the scale of carbon emissions that will arise from this development, as it will be dependent upon the scale and design of the buildings that eventually get built and upon the nature of the business activities that take place within them.
Councillor Ibbotson.
So he's admitting it. They've passed a policy with absolutely no idea what the carbon cost will be. No idea what the consequences of this will be, whilst parts of Flintshire, Sandycroft particularly, parts of my ward too, continue to be underwater every time we get heavy rain. Does he not agree that this idea of passing policies with no analysis of the impact, it makes an absolute mockery of our carbon reduction strategy? And does he not further agree that it is rank hypocrisy when a policy is supported by the Cabinet to claim that no assessment needs to be done and that this isn't a problem, when they want to push through 3 weekly bin collections, they use bogus arguments about climate change as a justification for this. No carbon cuts for the millionaires and offshore businesses, but carbon cuts for ordinary working people in Flintshire.
Dear me. Okay, again, I'll try and stick to the facts. Flintshire and Wrexham investment zone includes 3 tax incentive sites, Each of these sites is designated with UK and Welsh governments, and occupiers of business units on these sites are able to secure a range of incentives to encourage investment. The tax incentive sites in the investment zone are all sites that are allocated within the relevant strategic plan for that county and are therefore in line with the development at some point in the future. The sites would therefore be generating an impact on carbon emissions even without the investment zone. However, the tax incentives and wider levers of the investment zone will change the manner in which these sites are developed. Firstly, the incentives will accelerate development. Positively, this will enable new jobs to be created sooner than they would otherwise. It will, of course, mean that carbon will be emitted earlier than would otherwise be. The Council will also be able to use some of its investment zone tax incentive policy levers to influence the nature of the development that occurs on the sites in a way which it would not otherwise be able to do. The Council will be able to make parts of the tax incentive package conditional upon the occupiers demonstrating strong carbon and fair working commitments. They will also be able to offer higher level of incentive for advanced manufacturing business, offering good quality, high quality jobs and employment to other employment opportunities. The wider programme will also be able to provide support to occupiers and the wider businesses to support and incentivise them to reduce carbon and the wider resource use, upskill their workforce and adopt fair working policies. And I thank Councillor Ibbotson for his question. Thank you.
Councillor Dan Rose.
Thank you. My question is, what are the carbon emissions, A, so far, and B, anticipated for the Council's use of artificial intelligence? Thanks.
Okay, we are not yet using AI in any real capacity at Flintshire, as there is no sanctioned or installed AI tool for use. There is a small co-pilot trial taking place, mostly across social services, and work on the development of the AI policy has started. The AI policy will mandate the requirement to undertake an integrated impact assessment in certain scenarios. The IIA will include environmental and carbon impacts. The impacts on carbon emissions will also likely be detailed as part of the business case called project documentation for future AI-related projects and systems.
No supplementary there. So Councillor Sam Swash is the next question.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Cabinet Member explain how the number of electric vehicle charging points provided by Flintshire County Council will increase uptake of active travel?
Thank you, Councillor Swash, for the question. This should be a question to Welsh Government in relation to the electric vehicle charging strategy and Blue River Newid Wales Transport Strategy, not the local authority. Increased electric vehicles charging infrastructure can indirectly support the uptake of active travel, walking and cycling, by reducing reliance on personal vehicles, particularly for shorter journeys, and potentially freeing up car parking spaces for other uses. While not a direct substitution, a robust EV charging network can alleviate range anxiety and encourage the use of EVs for longer trips, leading to a reduction in petrol and diesel vehicle uses, which in turn could create more space and opportunities for active travel.
Councillor Swash? No. Thank you. Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you. And this is to, again, let me get his title right, the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Transformation, Growth and Places. Does the new Cabinet Member stand by his predecessors, and this is 2 people ago now, on the Magic Roundabout, refusal to apologise for the Council's failure to promptly respond to EIR requests and placing of blame on requesters?
The Councillor Ibbotson has received an apology from the service for failing to respond to his requests in a timely manner.
Councillor Ibbotson?
I will perhaps refresh Councillor Jones's memory. The Cabinet Member, his predecessor, was involved in the chain relating to the EIR request, failed to do anything about it, and failed to take political responsibility as the cabinet member and responsible person for the department. No, it is part of the supplementary question, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we have had no answers from many of the cabinet members, I think it is reasonable that I be able to give a little context to what I'm asking. Given that he is in control of his department, will he agree that it is a little shameful for him to expect officers to carry the can and make amends, make apologies, when he is ultimately responsible? Will he take a little responsibility and not hide behind officers and apologise himself? That is all I ask.
Actually, I think the shoe is on the other foot. I think perhaps Councillor Ibbotson should consider whether he should apologise for bringing this subject to committees on 3 separate occasions, wasting council time, wasting council money. I can furnish the cost if he wants, how much it's cost this council. No, everyone knows you've had your apology. Get over yourself, Councillor Ibbotson, and move on.
Next question, Councillor Sam Swash.
Does the new cabinet member believe that the target for delivery of affordable homes in HN3 of the adopted local development plan for Flintshire is adequate?
Yes, I do. It's been through a rigorous planning process to which I believe you contributed, Councillor Swash. The LDP was based upon evidence agreed by the council and, more importantly, supported by the planning inspectorate.
Councillor Swash.
Thank you, Councillor Jones, for confirming that the pitiful levels of affordable housing meet your standards. As the cabinet member will be aware, the vast majority of the houses planned as part of the adopted LDP will not. It is a question. I'll start again and they can carry on debating themselves if they'd like to. As the cabinet member will be aware, the vast majority of the houses planned as part of the adopted LDP will not be affordable and therefore will be unaffordable for those who are desperate to get on the housing ladder. As he's new to the position and looking ahead to the next LDP, will he commit to delivering a higher level of affordable homes than the current plan? And what message would he have for those who are currently desperate for a house but unable to get one as a result of this council's poor provision of affordable homes in the current LDP?
I guess some of the Ash Lane development will also provide some of that affordable housing. The approach taken in HN3 was the subject of a robust scrutiny during a specific hearing session as part of the examination and was supported in the inspector's report. It is a fact that we will only know whether we will know to sorry, let me start again. It is a fact that we will only know for certain whether the plan's target of 2,265 affordable units has been achieved when we reach the end of the plan. Annual monitoring report, which we've just had in January, highlighted the end of 23-24 and the LDP has delivered an average of 123 affordable dwellings per year compared to the plan's target of 151 affordable dwellings. However, we do know that several of the housing allocations have not delivered completions yet, but they will start to deliver soon. Given that affordable housing is secured on the allocated sites in line with the percentage in HN3, which you've mentioned in your question, then there is no reason why at the end of the plan period, the overall target will be met. Thank you.
Question 12, Councillor Sam Swash.
Thank you, Chair. Given the number of allocated LDP sites being developed by Castle Green Homes and in light of their continued flagrant disregard for planning rules, does the Cabinet member have confidence that LDP sites yet to be developed will be built in accordance with conditions set by the Planning Committee?
Yes, I have every confidence that LDP sites will be built in accordance with conditions set by the Planning Committee.
Councillor Swash.
Every confidence that a developer who is already breaching planning conditions will be okay on the next few, apparently. After me, you'll hear from both Councillor Ibbotson and Councillor Rose about further issues on current Castle Green developments in Flintshire. So could the Cabinet member outline to the Council what consequences private developers face from this Council for this sort of behaviour? And why is it that a developer who has continuously behaved with such disregard for the rules is being relied upon to deliver the vast majority of homes in this Council's local development plan?
Yeah, I will not refer to the company by name, but the Planning Enforcement Services investigates alleged breaches of planning conditions as and when they are reported or identified and takes action where appropriate. Any future development and allocated LDP sites will be subject to the same scrutiny, with conditions enforced in line with established procedures. The enforcement policy is applied irrespective of the identity of the alleged transgressor. Breach of condition notices has been served on other sites where developers have not been complying with conditions attached to planning permissions.
Now, question 13 is Councillor Dan Rhodes.
Thank you. At Wells Street and Buckley, Castle Green Homes have started work prior to all planning conditions being resolved and have shown contempt for the local community through breaching working hour conditions, inconsiderate staff and contractor parking, and damage to hedges. What action has the council taken, and what action will the cabinet member take to protect local residents and prevent further breaches?
This is where it gets quite interesting. The planning officer met with Councillor Rose and Councillor Priest on the 13th of June 2025 in relation to each of the matters referred to, explained the council would, what the council would and had done in relation to each issue. The officer also confirmed that several departments continued in regular dialogue with Castle Green Homes. At the close of the meeting between the officers and the two councillors, the councillors even offered to act as a conduit between Castle Green Homes and the local residents. It is my view that the matter has been dealt with appropriately at that meeting.
Thank you. We did meet with the officer and we did agree to be a conduit. However, the answers of the breaches of those conditions were not corrected, and the question was, what is the cabinet member going to be doing to prevent further breaches that have already occurred, not what role we're going to play in supporting our residents getting the information.
Okay, so further, at that meeting, the council acknowledged, this is through the planning officer, the council acknowledged that a technical breach had occurred at Wells Street development, where some works commenced before all planning conditions had been formally discharged. A number of condition discharge applications have been submitted. Concerns around working hours have been communicated to Castle Green Homes by officers who were in direct contact with the developer, and productive discussions have also taken place with officers and local members to address those residents' concerns. The council will continue to monitor the site and take further action where necessary to ensure compliance and protect the immunity of local residents. So let's just remember, these matters have already been dealt with, a meeting held with the planning officer and assurance is given. It's my view that the matter has already been dealt with appropriately and needn't have come to this committee. Thank you.
Councillor Ibbotson on question 14.
Will the cabinet member make a statement on the disruption caused to residents on the Roast Road North site in Penneforth as a result of Castle Green Homes' failure to follow the rules relating to sewage and drainage?
So, similarly, appropriate checks have been made from the planning, building control and drainage perspective, and the relevant teams have confirmed there are no issues in respect to this development. This appears to be a matter that may relate to Welsh Water, particularly if it involves foul water infrastructure and falls within that remit to address. Councillor Ibbotson contacted the service manager directly by email on the 16th of June 2025 and received a response from the service manager on the 19th of June 2025. That response provided that information, explained that the issue was not therefore a council issue, but was a Welsh Water remedial issue involving foul water. This was acknowledged by Councillor Ibbotson, who has since confirmed that he has contacted that organisation and got a response.
Councillor Ibbotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Member for his response, and he is, of course, correct that it is Welsh Water's remit to enforce on this. My question was not, however, whether it's a council responsibility to enforce, and I fear that the Cabinet Member may have misunderstood it. As he will be aware, we've already discussed in this meeting ketamine, prostate cancer, and so on, which are also not council responsibilities, but we have, as an organisation, an ability to bring pressure to bear on other organisations where things go wrong for our residents. We have an ability to stand up for people. Therefore, I was not asking him whether this was in the remit of the council, but rather what he intended to do to bring the pressure at this council to bear nonetheless. In short, the response of "not my job, mate" isn't particularly satisfactory. So my supplementary question would be, does he take the same approach when residents of his ward contact him about non-council issues? Not my job, mate.
I've stated that you also knew there was a Welsh water issue and we can deal with that separately. But I haven't made a statement in relation to everything that you've asked me, but I want to highlight some of the behaviour that councillors here, which have become apparent at this meeting. The last two questions were reported by councillors of the same group via the correct channels and dealt with appropriately by the planning officer and service manager. But those same questions have been asked again in this forum at full council. This type of behaviour whereby councillors submit questions.
Madam Chair, members of the coalition have repeatedly asked or bayed for members to keep their questions brief. I would point out that the Constitution requires speakers to address the point. Councillor Jones is giving his grievance list an airing. That is not addressing the point of my question, which is, does he take the same approach to residents of his ward? Could you ask him to address himself to the question and answer it, rather than just air his other grievances?
Thank you. Yes.
I think it would be polite to actually answer the question.
Okay, of course, I'm not going to treat people like that. He has had his answer. He knows it's Welsh water. It's foul water issue. He knows where to go with his questions and he knows where to get his responses from. I don't see there's any need for me to intersect in this matter. But I wish to carry on with my comments, if you don't mind, because it has. Will you allow me to indulge? Because it's a matter of urgency, actually.
It's been a very, very long day. Is what you got to say going to be brief?
Can you? Can. Thank you. So, the last two questions were reported to councillors of the same group via the correct channels and dealt with appropriately by planning officers and service manager. But those same questions have been asked again at this forum at full council. This type of behaviour where councillors submit questions that have already been responded to appropriately is an example of members of this group that are happy to provide the impression that they want to save money and be more efficient, but in practice they act unreasonably by asking the same question in another forum solely for media acknowledgement. Full council meetings cost money, over £1,800 an hour, and this group is wasting residents' money, and that fact needs to be heard far and wide in this county. They are a party of waste and a party of protest. As a result of the continued poor use of both officer and member time at full council, as many of these questions could and should have been asked in other committees, or have already been dealt with appropriately, I wish to propose that an item is placed on the Constitution and Democratic Services Committee Forward Working Programme Chair to consider a more effective method of responding to questions and notices of motion at the soonest possible time ahead of the current timescale for amending the Constitution. If the Chair agrees, I'd also like to ask that officers bring forward a report. Thank you.
And that brings us to our final agenda item. That's questions from members on committee minutes. And there aren't any. Just want to thank you all for sticking with us today. It has been a very long and arduous meeting. And I thank you for everyone's contribution and input and patience as well. Hope you have a lovely evening.